Alright, hello everyone and welcome back. Touhou Danmaku Kagura. Was pretty sure I was gonna do a part 2, but I wasn't like 100%, but I had fun with it, and you know, kinda wanna see where the story goes, so we're gonna continue it. How's it going, Jack? Anime Mario. Yeah, you know what, that's a good way to put it. I actually have explained Touhou to someone once, as like, by comparing it to Mario characters, so you're not that far off. It's not a bad way to think about it, honestly. How's it going tonight? I had a very long day today. Had to like go out from like 8 a.m. and I only just got home like literally an hour and a bit ago. So I'm like tired, but not like sleepy tired. But it's gonna be a very more than usual, very relaxed stream today. We'll see how long I can go. I don't know how much more of this game there is. Last time we left off, we did like basically this first section up here, and then we unlocked like this entire other section. And so I don't know how much game there's, or not well, game like story there's supposed to be. But apparently even the DLC might have like its own missions too, so we might be coming back to this game periodically even when it is over, which would be kind of cool. But I think we were in the underworld. I don't think I finished the underworld last time. That's where we kind of ended off. I think that was me actually. I remember you explaining the main characters, Mario and Luigi. I've done it to a few people, but yeah, I like comparing a lot of characters. When people don't know a series and they ask what the fuck I'm talking about, I'll just compare them to Mario and Luigi, because who the hell doesn't know who Mario and Luigi are, right? Like if you know even like the most basic shit about video games, you probably know who Mario and Luigi are. If you know enough to like understand the word video game, you probably know those two characters. And so I try and compare anything I can to that, essentially. Like sometimes it's as basic as like saying they're in the sense that it's just like, oh, this is the protagonist and this is like the supporting character that goes along with the protagonist, the player 2. Other times it's like they're actually like Mario and Luigi in a sense. I would say with Touhou this is like kind of the latter, just because of like the interactions that Reimu and Marissa have with the other characters and how they're in like every single game. Although unlike Mario and Luigi, Marissa is the one that appears on the box, not Reimu. Every single numbered Touhou game has Marissa as the executable icon. I don't know why. Like, you don't play as Marissa. Marissa is character B, never character A. So I'm not sure what that decision was, but I find that kind of funny that Reimu's not even like on the box of her own game ever. It's a good basic explanation. You may be saying, yeah, exactly. Like Mario's just a good way compared to all sorts of things. So I don't know which ones of these have we done? We've done a few of them. I think it was just like late and I was tired. However, I did play this a little bit during the week, so I'm hoping that I'm a little better at it than I was. Why don't we just start from the top and go from there? I'm willing to give a 22 hard a try again. I have improved a little bit at this. I feel like I've gotten more used to the timing this game has done. And there's actually an update that came out during the week. There's now a little indicator that says if you're early or late on your button presses, which is cool. I like that. So that's kind of nice. We might get to see that quite a bit today, yeah. Although I did kind of forget about the gimmicks on these levels. I've only been like practicing in free mode, which is very different. Oh, am I not pressing the right button? No, I am. It's still very hard to play this fog. I might actually just enable a card that like removes the fog and see how that goes, because I don't know. Maybe it's actually useful to use those cards. Maybe that's what they want you to do. We'll give this another try with the fog removed, and or at least like mitigate it somewhat and see what happens. Yeah, I can't even like see half these notes, mostly because the blues like blend in with the purple for some reason for me. Not even that they do blend in, I just like the yellow ones I can still kind of see, but then like the blue ones just sneak up on me half the time. I think I do have a couple cards that supposedly reduce the fog, so we're gonna give those a try. Imagine getting A rank but still failing that hard. Unprivileged Access is a very threatening song. Well, considering that I never, you know, beat it, that definitely seems like a fitting name. Where do I go for... wait, wrong button for menu. Where's, there we go. Yeah, let's, like, adjust the card, because I think I have somewhere in here a card that reduces the fog. Somewhere. Need to find it. Poison fog given effects are greatly decreased. You know what, let's see how greatly decreased is greatly decreased. And try this again. Compare and contrast, because I feel like if I could see the notes, I might be able to do this 6 key. I don't mind playing on easy or medium, but it's only 4K, and one of my goals with this game is to maybe finally get good at 6 key rhythm games. And that, like, basically nullifies the whole thing. It might as well not even exist. I love it. You know what? That's fine. This is like part of the story mode, and that's how story mode is supposed to work, so we're gonna take advantage of it. I'm like playing those way too early. Oh my god, I was like way too fast on those they're way too fast on the fast parts because they weren't that fast. So yeah, that was way better. I just need to get better at the timing on those like dense parts because they're not as fast as they look. But I think I'm going to keep that card on for all because like half the songs in this section are pretty much like that. Where's the stage button? We'll try a different one for now, but I think like this one had one too? Maybe? Or no? When equipped as red, timing for regular notes is somewhat reduced. What card do I have? But I have yellow. So yellow and red timing is somewhat reduced. Well, you know what? That's fine. Was that like... Wait, actually go back for a second. Was there a similar penalty to this one too? I want to see. No, this one's simply just the fog gimmick. Okay. This one actually has that penalty. Well, I don't think it's going to be that bad, could it? I remember this song being annoying last time too, but might be okay. This one had like a different gimmick of it, like a lot of like really offbeat notes. That section right there, this section. Oh my god. Right at the end too. It's always the ending of these things. And we have to just play to continue. I'll do it on easier, but like, fuck man, I want to be able to do these on 6 key. Apparently I was slow. Like that's the weird thing. I was slow on all of those, but I feel like I hit those so early. Is this the... Wait, didn't we already do this one? Isn't that like the same song? Kagura 10, Kagura 23. What makes this one different? It's just a different gimmick, but it's the exact same song. Blue, timing for regular notes is moderately reduced. Normal groove gauge drain rate is moderately increased, but you begin with max groove gauge. Okay. Well, let's give this a try. Wait, is the difficulty different? Am I crazy? No way, right? No, 7, 11, 19, 24. Okay, it's the exact same thing. Well, whatever. You know what? We'll just... To continue, let's play this on 4 key. Watch me fail 4 key too. Probably gonna happen. I feel like the gimmick of this doesn't make it like that different from the other stage, but okay. I mean, I think this game in general just has like really strict timing on things. Reminds me a lot of Easy to On, which is also very precise in its timing. And DJ Max also had a mode like this, but it only came up in ranked play. Because like in ranked play, it had like its own gimmicks, and one of those was like a sudden death mode where you had super precise timing whenever you went to the 3rd round in a best of 3. Like when it says slow, like in my head I'm thinking like, okay, I'm like really slow, like I'm a beat off, but really it's more like, no, I'm only like a couple milliseconds off. And I need to like get used to that idea because of how much more precise this game is compared to other rhythm games. Like, I don't think there's any way I'm gonna get perfect score. Every single song in this game actually does keep track of, like, if you've gone perfects, if you've gone full combos. There's, like, other types of types of play that it keeps track of. Like, there's like 5 or 6 different types of classifications for ranking in this, which is kind of insane. Anyone who gets, like, a full perfect is cracked. I don't see how you're supposed to do that. Cumulative combo 500 or higher upon song completion. The only way you're gonna get that is if I beat down like 22 or higher, probably. Okay, good. We got some new songs out of that. That's good. That's all that matters. And story, no less. How, when, and why are you in hell? Oh, this is old hell. This isn't the current hell. This is the abandoned hell. Hell got full, so they had to go make a new hell. And then they abandoned this hell instead and just left it to all the Oni and other terrible yokai that no one wanted to deal with, like the mind readers. No one wants to deal with those. Tenement house collapsed with a rattle. People escaped from inside with only the clothes on their backs. Ah! Eek! It's the screams from all around. Rainmu shouted out while waving. Everyone, over here! Don't look back, just run straight ahead. Forget what the plot was for this part? Did we even have plot in the underworld section last time? I can't remember if there was any plot. There might have been like one story on here so far. As Rainmu led the evacuees away from the collapsed tenement house, a large shadow loomed behind her. Before she even noticed the danger, another shrine maiden's voice rang out. Look out, Rainmu! Rainmu's arms was pulled as she turned around and she rolled on the ground. With a loud groan, the store behind her collapsed. The place Rainmu had just been was now a pile of roof tiles. Phew, you got her just in time. No one else was caught in it. The green-haired girl who pulled Rainmu's arm spoke in a cheerful voice. Thanks. Save me, Sane. Human village was in terrible state. Houses collapsed on their own and people fled in tears. It wasn't clear what was happening, but it was obvious what had to be done. Let's go. We need to evacuate the people of the village. That's right. We have to protect everyone first. Rainmu, you go west. I'll go over to the east. Rainmu and Sane nodded at one another and flew off in each direction. Hey, Rainmu, what are you doing? Suddenly she noticed that Mitama was jumping up and down in the distance. She must have slowed down while revisiting her regained memory. Wiping sweat from her forehead, Rainmu quickened her steps. On the way back to the cave, she saw the ephemerals gathered up. Yeah, hot spring would be a major landmark for the village. Oh yeah, that's right. We were dealing with like people who love to, ideas people who don't want to actually do any work to realize their ideas. Tourists would also be attracted by hot spring treatments. If you made and sold a hot spring manju, it would be a huge hit. It's a hot spring, huh? I'm dreaming out loud again. Wish they'd actually make one though. When Mitama approached it, amicably chatting ephemerals, we could set up other stores around the hot spring. Yes, yes. So who's in charge? How do we proceed? Right. Well, about that. Rainmu's question, the ephemeral was driven to silence. It's made that her suspicions were correct. Rainmu placed her hands on her hips and made a proclamation. That settles it. I'll take charge. Huh? Really? Otherwise things will end up falling apart again. It's fine. I'll do it. Leave it to me. Oh, yay, thank you. God, Shrine Maiden and Construction Foreman. It's an honor. Mitama idly asked after seeing the ephemerals in a fit of excitement. Is it okay to make promises without plans? Does this place even really have spring water? Intuition tells me something will work out. Well, let's just see. So began Rainmu's strange hot spring digging project. You guys are in charge of digging. Just stay here and keep digging. You and you will handle transport. Carry out the sand and rocks. And you over there. Make footholds as the hole gets deeper. First, gather some lumber. Rainmu's instructions were rather vague, but the ephemerals were brisk, unlike when they were indecisive. And so the work began and days passed. Finally, the time came. We got one! A loud voice echoed across the dry, rocky ground. Rainmu looked in the direction of the voice and saw liquid spewing in the air. But the joy was short-lived. Huh? Really? Rainmu and the others stood around it with downcast faces, their feet soaked. Roman, how could I? This is just ice-cold regular water. How is there ice-cold water in amongst all this lava? Like, if they're on the remains of old hell, there should be literally no way that water is cold. Did hell actually freeze over? I didn't even think that that's possible. Water had indeed appeared as a result of Daimu's instructions, but it wasn't the hot spring water they wanted. The Infernal's confusion gradually turned to anger. This plan was a waste. We can't make a hot spring. Foreman, how are you going to take responsibility? Daimu was crowded by Infernals, but she didn't seem bothered. She clapped her hands together with a smile. That's right. If the water's cool, we'll turn it into a pool. Okay then, you guys, help. Construction begins again. No, what do you mean? What about responsibility? Infernals couldn't agree. Daimu picked at her ear, irritated. Sure, I'm in charge, but why is the responsibility all mine? You should take some too. Huh? Responsibilities for everyone, not just one person. As the former spring foreman and current pool foreman, I order you to take responsibility for the water and create a pool together. Come on now, get to it. What? Confused but overwhelmed by Daimu's shameless barking, they gave up their hot spring digging and began to build a pool. So a few days passed, until the Infernals had finished the pool. We did it! Oh, yay, it's finally done! Finally took the first step toward building a city. Accomplished, the Infernals had not one regret about the failed hot spring. Daimu smiled upon seeing the happy and excited Infernals. This is step one, so just do the same thing for the rest. Keep it up and do your best. After performing the Daigen Kaisei, Daimu and Mitama headed for the surface. Once they had vanished, a lone Infernal spoke. Responsibility doesn't belong to just one person. Hey, everyone, I'll be the leader from now on. That's great, we got your back. We'll all take responsibility and build the city without hesitation. So the Infernals began to talk about their dreams again. It's weird that the water is cold because old hell actually did have a hot spring. It's one of their main sources of income. Not sure what happened to that, but maybe the nuclear reactor finally collapsed or something. Maybe that's why this whole place is a desert. The fusion reactor broke, and that just, like, destroyed everything. Nuclear apocalypse due to reactor meltdown. They're looking real busy. What happened? Well, anyway, more importantly, hey, Satori! How can I help you? As I can see, I'm quite busy right now. Oh, you're looking for the Hakure Shrine Maiden. Unfortunately, I haven't seen her in the underworld. Well, that was a quick chat. Okay then, I guess I'll go elsewhere. Why must you worry so? The Shrine Maiden will surely be fine no matter what. And we're also really busy right now because we're doing a big cleanup. Don't answer questions I never asked. You're as hard to converse with as ever. But why are you doing a big cleanup? She spilled juice on the floor. You want to know why that warrants a major cleanup? One person's error is everyone's responsibility. We must all clean in order to make up for Koishi's sin. The sin of spilling juice. Okay. It's just juice, but sure, I mean, alright. What the hell? You take responsibility for someone else? Not the terrible thing you make it out to be. Look at those two. Is she really taking responsibility, or is she getting all her pets to do all the cleaning for her? These sprites look like VTubers and still bothers me. Yeah, I wonder what kind of engine they're using to make it, because I can't tell if these are actually 2D or if they're like just really well shaded 3D models. It's way too smooth for 2D. I've seen like a number of different 2D animation engines before, but nothing like this. A lot of this really feels like 3D. Ah, Odin, you already cleaned that floor. That'll do the whole ceiling. What did she do with the juice? She like explode a watermelon or something? Like, did she do one of those like elastic watermelon challenges in the living room? And now everyone else has to clean it up? Oh, then I'll turn into a cat and get the narrow spaces sparkling clean. What? You're not gonna outdo me. I'll take responsibility for Lady Koishi. No, I'm not laying up just because it's you, Oku. I'll take responsibility for Lady Koishi's mistake. What are they doing? They're sharing responsibility for Koishi. More shared responsibility means more fellowship, and that fellowship becomes a greater strength. That's our family's way of providing education. They don't seem to think of it as anything more than an opportunity to get closer with Koichi, though. I see. What an admirable attitude. Huh. Koichi, when did you get here? I was always right nearby. Anyway, Marissa, take this. Oh, what is this? A bucket and cloth? Take responsibility for me with us. I want to be closer with you. Oh, well, sorry, but I have an important errand to do after this. Oh my, so careless of you to just lie right in front of me. Yeah, that seems like a really stupid idea, Marissa. Don't lie in front of a mind reader. Don't worry, Koichi. This person has enough time to join us and clean. Ugh. Oh, yay. Whatever. This is probably fate of some kind. I guess I'll deepen my fellowship. I want to know how Anime Mario got to the desert world place. We'll find out eventually. I think that's like the crux of the plot here. Although this side plot with Marissa is pretty interesting too. Probably going to tell us how she disappeared in the first place. Well then, cleaning. Here, some tea. We have onsen manju as well, so eat up. Tasty. Said there's no such thing as a free lunch after some hard work. Taking responsibility together with everyone isn't so bad, is it? Yeah, you're right. It's not bad. Clean up together and having tea. Hey girl, I wonder where she is now. Take the rest of these onsen manju with you. Huh? No, I'm fine. I'm stuffed. No, this is for sharing with the Hakure Shrine Maiden. Two of you should eat them together. See. Okay then. I'll have to do whatever it takes to see her before I get hungry again. If something happens to the Hakure Shrine Maiden, all of Gensokyo would be responsible for her. Please come by if you need anything. The Palace of the Earth Spirits will spare no efforts to help. Oh, thank you. If I genuinely can't find her, I'll be counting on you to help me out. Did she get transferred 10 years to the future or something? Well, so from what was, like, explained so far, it sounds like there was an incident. And apparently Reimu is responsible for turning everything into a desert somehow, but she doesn't remember how because she doesn't remember anything. So something terrible must have happened if it got to that point. Like, this must have been some sort of last resort or something. Curious what kind of music would be in the human village. I mean, there's a few characters here, but it's not really a location where music happens in the main game. So I want to go here next. The orange sunset was about to hide beyond the horizon. Shadows of Reimu and Mitama were stretched, turning them into giants. Night sky began to unfold overhead, cooling the air with it. Reimu rubbed her body and glared at Mitama resentfully. Must be nice. You must not feel the cold. Instead of turning on me, how about hurrying? You'll just get colder. And when I do, I'll throw you in a fire for warmth. In the wasteland, the night is cold enough to make her breath freeze. Reimu's traveling intuition warned her that she was going to be cold today. The sun was about to set, they finally found a building to stay the night. It was a lonely house, with garbage and junk scattered around it. It was dark behind the windows, and there was no answer when they knocked. No one seems to live here. Honestly, I'd rather not, but... Have we found a nicer place? We can't afford to be too picky. I'm going in. Then we pushed open the door and stepped into the empty house. Just then... What? Lamps in the house lit up and the singing ephemeral appeared. Welcome, traveler! I welcome you! Banner reading Welcome Travelers hung from the ceiling. The entire house was decorated with paper stars and colorful balloons. Okay. Warm meals, warm beds, and exciting surprises. I welcome you, my dear guest. As soon as the homeowner bowed, a giant ball in the ceiling opened up. Showered in its shimmery confetti, Reimu clapped instinctively. Oh, it's like I've never been welcomed like this before. It's like a musical. Quite elaborate. It's really rare for guests to come across the wasteland. Entertaining people is the highlight of my solitary life here. Now then, surprises don't end here. Elated, the homeowner led Reimu and Mitama into the tea room. Dinner seems like it'll be promising. How will it surprise us? Oh nice, I wish I could eat too. Appetizing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Reimu waited impatiently for dinner to be served. Watch this be like the worst meal she's ever had. And considering how poor she is, she's had some pretty shitty meals. What is this thing? Oh, we got a shop now? Oh, this is where we spend all our coins, right? Sell Matama cards which can be used to purchase dream jobs. Oh, okay. Is this for... No, this is also for buying. I don't know if any of these are, like, unique abilities or not. Drop rate up could be useful. Damage normally received is massively decreased. Score is massively decreased. Ah, easy modo. Love it. Also can't afford it. Well, good to know. Probably not anything I care about right now. Alright, what kind of music do we have here? Seems on point for the most part. Thing is like, aside from her, there's not really anyone in the human village that would even have music in the first place. When a card is read, timing for regular notes is somewhat reduced. Well, that's fine. I mean, if there's no fog stage gimmick, we can probably put on something else anyways. Like, do we have anything else that's useful right now? That's, like, not for the Danmaku mode? The time is somewhat extended for the first 20 combo. That's an interesting one. Oh, mine's yellow anyway, so it doesn't even matter. We'll just leave it. Not red. We're good. What? Why didn't those, like, register? Was I just really that early? I'm waiting for the song to get a little harder. I know it's an 18, but still. Oh no, that was it. Alright, cool. It's weird, like, 18 feels so easy, but then you go up to like a 22 even, and it's just like, how the hell do you do this? There's this really weird jump between the two. Nice, and then we unlocked it for basic play. What song would this be? Show details. Sokyo Mystery Discovery. Is that from Nightmare Diary? I don't recognize the name. I feel like they translated all the names, which is weird because I don't recognize the translations. I recognize the original names. It's weird seeing anything Touhou related in English half the time because, like, it doesn't make any sense because everyone has a different opinion on how everything should be translated. Oh, okay, it's her theme from 14.5. Or like a remix of it. Yeah, that's not the translation of that title that I recognize. Even sounds like the same kind of instrumentation in 14.5. How many times did I miss? Because I feel like I only missed once or twice. 5 bads, 4 misses. Okay, so 9 combo drops. Unfortunate. Well, I got the mission at least. Way easier here. Maybe Daimu said a curse word in the Christian Minecraft server and got banned to Desert Town. Well, Christianity is canon to Touhou. Jesus exists. So, I mean, she could have, like, just pissed off some other religion's god or something. Wouldn't be the first time that she's done that. I mean, she had to literally fight the Greek goddess of hell at one point. So, I mean, not impossible that she did something there. I'm still waiting for her to fight, like, Christian, like, capital G god. I feel like that's inevitable. Possibly. I feel like that could actually happen. Is this... Oh, it's this song again. Do we have, like, any new songs? Okay, this one's new. Is this Sekibanki? Yeah. They have not played the game that she's from, so I'm not super familiar with her music, but we're going to try the 23 anyway. What was the gimmick here? Was it something dumb, or are we okay? I think we're okay for gimmicks. Okay, wait, hold on. Why was... My timing was just completely off there from the start. I'm hitting everything way too early. Okay, am I like hitting like way too slow or what now? I think I am actually just going too slow. Yeah, I'm like actually, okay, so the timing for this feels way different than anything else. I don't know why, like feels different than every other song I've played. It feels like playing an AR4 in Osu, which is not a great feeling. That's a really weird feeling. I wonder if I put on the card that like increases timing, if that would make that feel better. Because the timing on that was like stupidly weird. I'm gonna actually try that. You know what? We're gonna try that one more time. Let me switch my card and see if that does anything. Where is... Wait, wrong menu. Let's see. Because which card was it that did that? Was it the first one we got? No. Slightly decreased. I might actually want that card too. No. It was like one of the first cards I started with. I deliberately took it off because it's like, ew, this is cheating. Now I'm starting to wonder if it's necessary. Like, yeah, here it is. Timing is slightly extended. Let's try that one and see how much of a difference that makes. It says slightly extended. Maybe it'll make it sane. Greek gods of hell. I know Hades is the Greek god of hell, but I never heard of a goddess of hell. Yeah, Hikachiya. Like, that's not even just like a Touhou-ism. That's like actually like a real-life canon Greek goddess. Like, this actually feels a little better now. Doesn't like help with my like overall skill level, but you know. No, it does not help with that section at all. Part of my problem too is like with my left hand, I cannot do like left to rights very well. Or sorry, right to lefts. Left to rights are like slightly easier. But whenever the notes go from right to left in like a scale, no, not happening. That helped a little bit, but I think having that on is gonna like screw with my timing on other ones, so I might have to take it off for other things. Alright, well let's just play this one, because at least these stages I can do well. We'll put on some card for designed for these stages. If Hades died, where would he go? Hell, but he's already there. He can't die, he's a god. Greek gods can't die, although if we're going off of Touhou lore, they would disappear if people stop believing in them, so I don't know. It's possible that, like, maybe Greek gods don't exist very well in Touhou, because, I don't know, is there anyone worshipping ancient Greek gods these days? Like, people still kind of pray to Shinto gods, which is mostly where Touhou stuff comes from. Let's see. That's for Danmaku. Got one that does damage up? That would be kind of nice, actually. Score is increased. That probably doesn't affect the groove gauge though. That might just be an overall good one to have. I guess we might also want to just go for stats maybe? Since these are leveled up. This one's leveled up a little bit. Okay, normal groove gauge loss amount is slightly decreased. Can we filter by... That's just by names. Skill type. That we can't filter by, like, perk. Boss enemy health is decreased. That might be useful. That's kind of like a power-up. Groove gauge of gain amount is slightly decreased. Wait, where's the... Is this one decrease? Which one is the decrease? There's one here that was decrease only, I think. Yeah, this one. You know what? Let's stick with this one. Because the timing thing is going to screw me up on other songs. Because I think the timing seems to change depending on like the speed of the song. Or the tempo. So we'll just like up the fuck out of this one. And we'll keep that one on for a bit and see how that helps. I'm confident in that one. Did we unlock anyone? Anyone new that we haven't tried yet? Timing for regular notes is slightly extended. I don't want anything like that because that's just going to mess with me. So score up, damage up, I think is probably what we want here. Defense up. Nah, I think this might be best. And then we can probably... I think we get the stats from both, but only the... We get these stats from both, I think. But I think the... Yeah, the main... Unless these are combined. Are they combined at all? Or maybe it's only the first one. So what's the point of the sub then? I don't understand that. I don't know what the difference is. I'm assuming the stats like get combined or something. It's help me at all? Okay. What's the difference between sub and main? This is gonna tell me nothing, isn't it? Effects held by heroines. Using heroines with skill suit for say. Okay, well that doesn't tell me what the sub means though. Unless I can swap them and I just didn't know that. Yeah, I don't know. We'll just keep it like that. See what happens. How do you spell the Greek goddess of hell's name? H-E-C-A-T-I-A? Sounds correct. 300 or more points acquired upon song completion, boss enemy destroyed. That's only happened once. And I got really lucky with that. But I think that was mostly because I didn't have like any powered up cards, so this might actually change. Damage normally received is somewhat increased after collecting 50 points. Timing for notes is somewhat extended. Interesting. The built-in gimmick helps me. So yeah, we can increase the speed here, but I don't know how much that's really going to help because the timing itself feels like it changes depending on the speed. Okay, this is already fair because that's the first time I've ever defeated a fairy. Like, that's just never happened. So I was just neglecting the shit out of, like, something I should have been doing. Yeah, now unlike previous bosses, I actually have to do Danmaku dodging. Can't really just follow the song. Also did not collect the cards, so that's cool. Didn't need that anyways. I'm still not sure if like the boosters give me invincibility or not. I think they do. I'm just like very bad at timing my path into them. What? I actually game over? The fuck? What happened to my like 5 lives I had? The hell happened? I only have 4. I thought I had like 5 or 6. What build was that? We need loadouts. I had such a good build and I screwed it up somehow. Probably because of this card. Probably put on a card that has like a lot of lives. Or, you know, remember to bomb. Bombing would be good too. I don't even do that in like actual Touhou games. Probably should. Oh, 1-up! No, give me that! Oh my god, I don't know if I collected that. Did I? Oh shit. No! Oh my god. Where's my hitbox indicator? It's clearly small, but how small? What the fuck? Okay, this is now like actually starting to turn into real Touhou. Except I still have to do rhythm game on the side. It's like I'm playing Touhou, but I've got a rhythm game on the other monitor. Oh, she only have like ties to like graves and shit? Okay. I couldn't remember what the actual lore was for like the real Hikachiya. Well, in Touhou, she is the goddess of hell. I don't know what happened to Hades. Hades just doesn't exist. Or he got demoted, perhaps. Who knows? But she's one of the people that, like, tries to take over the moon. I don't know why the goddess of hell is taking over the moon, but I guess she was just friends with the person who wanted to take over the moon and destroy the Lunarians. Commit genocide. Space Hitler, if you will. There we go. Fuck it. I'm bombing it. There's no spell cards to capture. This isn't real Touhou. Okay, this is the part where it always screws me up. Okay, let me see if I can get a card with better stats. I don't know what that would entail. Something. Okay, this one's got 3 bombs. It only has 2 lives. No wonder. I want one with, like, the maximum amount of lives. Like, this one has 5. Boss enemy life is somewhat decreased. I don't think that's going to help me here, but I might take it anyway for the extra lives. Damage is slightly increased. Okay, you know what? That was the one I was originally looking for. Something like that. See if we can even it out a bit. I'm not using bombs anyway, so I don't care about that. Damage scaling isn't as good, though. Alright, level 31. Let's go with that card. I can keep a 20 combo. I don't even know what gives me combo in this type of game. Is it just the notes on the side? Is it collecting the tiers? Is it dodging? 7 lives seems like a little better. I might actually survive things. Spell cards to capture, never missing a shot. Yeah, I mean, I mean, it'd be impossible to never miss a shot because it's auto fire. I have no control over when I fire. I'm always shooting. Even normal Touhou doesn't have an accuracy meter. That would be insane. Your accuracy is how well you can dodge. Oh, okay, I don't like that last one. Am I doing something wrong there? Or is it just like always sending me into like bullets? Holy shit. I cannot spam bombs there. It just does not work. That's not an option. Okay, I want to take a break from that level. It's not happening. Not happening. We're gonna try this one again. Okay, so blue and red, timing is greatly reduced. Normal notes are transformed into tiers and the amount obtained is slightly increased. Well, what kind of card do I have equipped? This one's only good for, it is blue, and it's only good for that type of stage. I can't favorite cards, that's unfortunate. That would actually be very useful. Oh, power up for Tunono, that would be probably something to have. What was the one I was using earlier? Can we sort by level? You know what? Yeah, let's sort by level. That is not the kind of level sorting I was hoping. Oh, descending. Perfect. That's the kind of level sorting I was hoping for. Saying even a Mega Man game has an achievement for never missing a shot. Yeah, but you can press, there's a shot button to press. I have no shot button. My shots go automatically. I think it's insane when you don't have control over when you shoot. It's perfectly reasonable when you have control over when you shoot. But I can't do that here. Shots go automatically. The accuracy comes from me playing the rhythm game part, which, you know, considering this is a rhythm game, I think that's much more important. Normal P gain is somewhat increased. That's not useful here. Groove gauge loss is slightly decreased. You know what? Let's go with that. Let's go with that one for now. Yellow's not on this list, right? Okay, cool. It's a 19. I don't know why I can't do this one. Was this the weird one with, like, the stupid timing that I was complaining about, or are we okay here? I don't remember this last time, so this must be something new. Unless there's, like, 2 stages with the same song. Okay, there we go. Got used to the timing on those ones on the edges there. Again, slower than I think. Did we unlock anything for that? Or are we still stuck in purgatory? Oh no, this is new. New story, that's good enough for me. As every time I waited, the homeowner brought them dish after dish. The table was filled with more food than they could ever eat. The hungry Daimu, all the dishes looked more brilliant than jewels. I put my best into making these. Please, eat up. This is the best day I've ever had since starting this trip. Bon appetit! As the homeowner looked on with a smile, Daimu took a bite of a meat bun. The moment the hot juices flooded into her mouth... That's spicy! Struck by a stabbing pain, Daimu almost spewed fire from her mouth. Bright red juice poured out from where the meat bun had been bitten. Believing it would be a waste to spit it out, Daimu swallowed hard. Ah! What are you trying to pull? Surprise! Huh? Even Fremwell joked to the shocked Daimu who was about to complain. That was a great reaction, traveler. The flaming hot chili meat buns were worth all my effort. Distantly and joyously, the homeowner walked out of the tea room. Taken aback, Reimu realized that she had lost her chance to get angry. What's that thing's problem? Why don't we put aside those buns and try some other dishes for now? Don't waste your breath. I could eat this too if I were willing to die. Admire your appetite. Coming across several spicy dishes, Reimu finished her meal despite fussing. It was cold and shivering outside, but now her whole body was sweating. Then the homeowner returned with light steps. Traveler, I have drawn you a bath. Oh, that's very kind of you. It's an open-air bath with a great view. Open air? Reimu felt wary that it might be another trap, but she was unable to resist the urge to do something about her sweaty body. Leaving Mitama in the tea room, Reimu went alone to the bath. The bath had a simple fence, leaving her with the star-filled sky. It was too cold, even her breath turned white. Reimu hastily jumped into the steaming bathtub, towel in hand. That's cold! Sadly out of stock, otherwise Koritsune can make his own meat buns. Wait, what? The Last Stab Triple X? You know, it's funny you bring that up because for Christmas I did actually get a set of hot sauces. It was like a set of 12 little bottles of hot sauce, like 50 milliliters or something, but like 12 different flavors. They're all pretty good. I think some of them kind of feel a little samey, but I mean, nothing like Hot Ones has, but there was a pretty decent range of both spice and flavor. But I like putting them on things. Only problem is, I haven't really had a lot of stuff recently that felt appropriate to put hot sauce on. So I haven't used them too much, but I've tried like a decent amount of the flavors. There was like, there's like basics like habanero and jalapeno. There's like a really generic just hot sauce. There was garlic, which was kind of cool, but it was kind of disappointing because it was lacking in the garlic flavor. And then it went like, it scaled all the way up to like ghost pepper sauce, which is, I don't know what ghost peppers are supposed to taste like, but all I could taste was heat, which was fine. I enjoyed it, but I mean, the only use I find with that one is if I feel like just burning my mouth, I guess. Pepper X usually has a Scoville rating in the millions. Yeah, this one only went up to like 3,600, which is weird because one of them was called, well, it wasn't ghost pepper, sorry, it was Carolina Reaper. So, I don't know. It was definitely nerfed. It was very nerfed. Because I don't think a Carolina Reaper should be only at 3,600 Scoville. I think that's kind of low. So I don't know what they were rating it on him. Pepper X greater than Carolina Reaper's greater than Ghost Pepper. Yeah, Carolina Reaper should be way up there, but this thing like stopped at 3,600 Scoville. So it was like a very tame Ghost Pepper. Still very hot, but just like really tame. Very next moment, Reimu jumped out of the bathtub with great force. In a panic, she ran aside, rolling on the ground. She wiped the sand off her body, got dressed, and returned livid to the room. So, how was the... Did she just assume the bathtub was steaming? Or what? Was it just so cold that it was like letting off humidity from the cold? Like when you open a freezer and you just like see like quote-unquote steam coming out of it. Are you trying to kill me? The homeowner and Mitama were playing Go when Reimu yelled into the tea room. The homeowner turned around and smiled another innocent smile. Surprise! Did my ice-cold bath shock you? I thought my heart was gonna stop. You were that startled? Oh, I'm so thrilled you enjoyed it. I didn't enjoy it. Reimu screamed at such a volume that it nearly pierced the ceiling. The homeowner looked at her with a puzzled look, then puffed its cheeks. Uh-oh. Actually pissed him off. Is there really anything to be upset about? I'm sincerely trying to entertain you, my guest, so that you won't be bored. Are you turning this on me? I'm the angry one here. Reimu and the homeowner glared at each other, almost nose to nose. The homeowner was the first to look away. I'll keep the surprises coming no matter what you say, traveler. I'll show you to your bedroom, so please go sleep for today. Oh wait, what surprises await in there? A bed full of, like, cockroaches or something? Maybe it's like a bed of nails. Completely exhausted after dealing with you, led by the homeowner, Reimu and Mitama headed for the bedroom. On alert for the next surprise, she stayed on her toes throughout the walk. The bedroom they were ushered into is best described as small and dirty. A tattered futon was left on the floor, dust had gathered in the corners. The windows were badly fitted and a cold draft was constantly blowing in. Now then, time to prepare for tomorrow. The homeowner quickly left as soon as it finished showing them around. Giving us a dirty little room its idea of a surprise? Doubt it. The only thing on its mind is surprises, so it never gets around to cleaning. Junk around the house isn't staged or anything, it's just neglected. Oh, an apt observation. Unbelievable incompetence. Clean futons are real hospitality. Might fill our beds with sticks and tell us to sleep like logs. Bring it on. I have ideas too. Wow, how scary. I could leave in the morning, but Reimu felt that was a defeat. Reimu crawled under the wrinkled futon with determination. Still generally one that once they get that high, you're not going to notice anything beyond the spices anyway. Yeah, like, at that point, there's no flavor. I mean, it's fun to eat really hot, spicy things like that sometimes, but I don't generally do it because I do enjoy the flavor too. Like, I don't eat jalapenos just for the spice. I mean, if anything, jalapenos are like nothing in terms of spice for me. I'm completely, what's the word? Untuned, or like, I'm too used to them. But I enjoy the flavor of jalapenos, so I just put them on as much stuff as I can because it's a nice flavor. But yeah, like once you start going up really high, it's like there's no point to any of it. But how if you ate a Pepper X? So I would imagine, considering I've seen people eat ghost peppers and watch them convulse on the floor, foaming in the mouth, I would say probably something like that, but worse. If you're not used to eating peppers like that, that shit is legit dangerous. Because, like, the spice, like, the way spice works is it dries out your mouth. And it can actually cause problems. Like, they're actually legitimately dangerous things to eat to some people. So be very careful when eating food like that. As fun as it would be to try one of those things, I don't know if I'd want to go through the potential danger of something like that. So I'll stick to simulated ghost pepper flavor for the time being. Next morning, Reimu was awakened by the morning sun through the window. She leapt from the futon and scurried around, wary of her surroundings. Noticing that she'd woken up, Thomas stopped bobbing in the windowsill. Good morning, Reimu. Are you going to do some morning calisthenics too? Isometric exercise. Care to join me? Ignoring Mitama's question, Reimu checked every inch of her body. I'm stretching my calves on the windowsill. Doesn't look like anything happened while sleeping. Should have doodled on your face instead then. If you did that, I'd wring you out like a rag. Reimu and Mitama left the bedroom, exchanging casual banter. The moment they stepped out into the hall, crash! Beautiful. A metal basin fell from the ceiling and hit Reimu directly on the skull. Surprise! Are you mad? Are you angry? Seemingly watching surreptitiously, the homeowner popped out from a corner. It ran up to her with an expectant look, but it just stared back at it silently. Traveler? No emotions dwelled behind her eyes. She was completely detached. I prepared breakfast, so come this way. They headed to the tea room with the homeowner, who had a tight-lipped smile. When they arrived at the table, it retreated to fetch breakfast. No exaggeration there, not even just a normal movement like trying to brush away dust can make your eyes burn for 5 minutes. Yep. I have accidentally, like, even just dealing with, like, cayenne pepper while cooking, because we keep cayenne pepper on hand pretty often and use it for a lot of things. I've accidentally touched my eyes, even just like a tiny, like for a fraction of a second. Boy, did it hurt. And that's cayenne pepper. That shit's tame. Imagine doing that after touching like a ghost pepper or something. I mean, hell, if I was like dealing with peppers that hot, I'd put on like goggles or safety glasses or something. Just in case the fumes or like a little bit of juice like squirted up into my eyes. It honestly isn't like that different. The reason that happens isn't too different from why you cry when you cut onions. It's a very similar reaction. It's just that onions are a lot safer. It's annoying, but it's a lot safer. Waiting for breakfast, Reimu was as still as a stone statue. She didn't care about the bump that was growing on her head. Moments later, the homeowner returned with a bowl in each hand. Clouds of white steam rose from the miso soup poured into the bowls. The homeowner smiles and... Take my miso soup! Yeah! Wow. We've gone from just like random trolling and pranks to like full-on YouTuber prank. We went from good, normal, fine pranks to full-on YouTuber clickbait pranks. It's just a prank, bro. Don't you like it? I threw your food at you. Is it funny? Are you laughing? Flipping the bowl over at Emu's head, it poured a hot miso soup all over her. Seaweed stuck to her face and her outfit was stained the color of miso. Steam rose from her body as if she'd taken a bath with her clothes on. Surprise! Bet you didn't think you'd take 2 surprises to the head. Emu's lifeless gaze stabbed into the homeowner, who expected a reaction. Her pitch-black eyes just continued to stare at the homeowner. Its innocent smile slowly faded away. When the steam stopped rising, Emu finally opened her mouth. May I have another serving of miso soup, please? The homeowner provided several more surprises that day. However, Emu didn't react to a single one. Not even when she fell into a pit the moment she stepped out the front door. Nor when her canteen of water was replaced by vinegar. Not even when her bed was blown up by firecrackers during a nap. Holy shit! Emu killed off all emotion and looked on with the eyes of a silent predator. How to deal with trolls. And then, after dinner, Traveler, why won't you react for me? Unable to take it, the homeowner had to come barging in with a desperate look. Who knew ignoring someone could be so effective? Salmon muttered with interest beside Emu, who remained unresponsive. Prizes are my life. Just a reaction is all I need to be happy. You keep ignoring them. How can I go on? Infermo kneeled on the floor and burst into tears. Emu looked down on it and let out a small sigh. Travelers like me want a peace of mind. Peace of mind? That's why. If you understand what I'm saying, please leave. After pushing it out of the bedroom, Emu crawled under the covers. From then on, the homeowner was docile and Emu focused on collecting cards. In the process, she also recalled new memories. Why did the homeowner think the pranks would be a good idea after the first one is terrible? Because it wasn't the emotion from the reaction, it was simply the reaction. The guy was getting off to the reaction. He's the embodiment of a troll. He didn't care what you felt, he just wanted you to react to it. So that's why she then combated it the next day with like pure neutral reactions. Nothing. Stone cold silence. And then that's when it started going crazy. In a memory, Daimu was examining a hut in a remote forest. A teacup by the hearth was filled to the brim with tea. People who lived here ran off in a hurry. Daimu examined the inside of the hut with a troubled look on her face. Nemunu Sakata and Takane Yamashiro watched on sullenly. The charcoal oven was left unattended and almost caught fire. It was Nemuno who grew suspicious of the hut and called Daimu. Takane, her arms folded, not in an oddly pompous manner. This place is close to Kappa territory. Problems caused by humans need to be solved quickly by humans. Are you sure you guys didn't eat them? Daimu looked at Nemuno and Takane with suspicion. However, there was not a hint of nervousness or agitation from the two. Why would they eat them? They know that's not legal. They know the consequences, I would imagine. If you think criminals call detectives, you read too many mystery novels. I know. Let's incorporate this shack into a survival game field after this. Idiots. Emu looked down at her feet. The dusty floorboards were strewn with sand for some reason. Oh, there's the sand. Finally, a connection. As usual, I still only have a vague recollection. Emu and Mitama jumped over the pit at the entrance. Done with collecting the Mitama cards nearby, the two decided to move on. Maybe someday you'll connect all the dots and they'll come flooding back? I wonder if it'll be that easy. Happened just as they were about to leave. The homeowner, who had been quiet for some time now, popped out of the house. Oh, thank goodness, I made it. After your advice, Traveler, I finally opened my eyes. I said I was doing it for the customer, but I was only thinking of myself. So from now on, I'm going to put peace of mind first. His eyes sparkling as if reborn, the homeowner made a declaration. I'll give you a warning before I surprise people. Okay, two things here. First of all, that'll ruin the surprise. Second of all, that's still being an asshole. Emu and Mitama looked at each other and then forced a smile. We truly support you. Do your best. I'll be rooting for you. Happy for the encouragement. Okay, time to set up my next surprise. Turning their backs on the motivated homeowner, Emu and Mitama left. Emu's face looked tired even though she had just started walking. I don't want any surprises for a while. Okay, I'll take over the surprises. I'll write on your forehead. Didn't I tell you I'd bring you out like a rag? Tama narrowly avoided Reimu's outstretched hand. Then the two began their chase. I didn't do anything yet. That was a criminal threat. I'll ring you 10,000 times as punishment. Reminder that she's someone who has literally sliced a person in half because she pissed her off. Because he pissed her off. Literally clean down the middle in two. This kills the person. Reimu's a cold-blooded murderer. You do not want to be get her angry. And that is 100% canon. Okay, I made it to the village. Who do I ask first? Where would Reimu stop by? Huh? It's you, Marissa. Back again? I thought I'd ask at the human village about Reimu. Never see you outside. Even I have shopping to do. I'm still looking into that rock, by the way. Also, I tried asking about Reimu too, but no one's seen her yet. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, give this to her, would you? You're more than likely to find her than I am. What's this piece of paper? A lottery ticket I got while shopping. First prize is rice. Second is sake. Oh, she'll definitely win big. And we can mooch off of her. That's what I'm looking forward to as well. Oh, that reminds me. There's a new Agatha Christie book out. You and Reimu are both fans, right? That's great news. Sorry, Reimu, but I think I might read it without you. What is Reimu's issue? She's just upholding the law. The guy broke the law and the penalty is death. That's all. She is judge, jury, and executioner. Actually, she's not judge. That's someone else's job. She's just a jury and executioner. Look, there's many things you can do in Gensokyo, but turning yourself into a yokai is not one of them. Shopkeeper, do you still have the new Agatha Christie? Yes, exactly one copy. Since it's new, I can only rent it for one night. Damn, this has been like the perfect time to have Kosuzu in this game. This seems like a missed opportunity. What the hell? Instead we have like random villager A. I'll take it. Here's your payment. Can't wait to see what's in store. Servant did it. He lied about his gender to pull it off. What? Wow, imagine spoiling the book someone just rented. Huh? What? Hey, did you just spoil it? You did. Yes, and the culprit doesn't realize that his victim was his own father. Idiot, shut your trap. Oh, is there a problem? A huge one. Hold it, Marissa. This is just how they show their consideration here. That's not showing any consideration. That guy's a fucking asshole. Oh, Kaine. How could a spoiler be considerate? Lots of people don't like getting worked up by fiction nowadays. What do you mean? Writing over the culprit's identity, going on an emotional roller coaster? It's fun, but mentally exhausting. So more people are given spoilers first. I hate this already. Where are people doing this so I know never to go there? Can't get excited at all that way. What are you even reading it for? Some studies suggest you can enjoy it even more after a spoiler. And there's this too. Look. What's this flimsy booklet? A summary of popular novels. You can read the plot in 10 minutes. It's perfect for people who want to keep up without the time commitment. So they'll just read a summary to be in the know? Does that even count? Oh, Kaine, don't tell me. Absurd. I'm a teacher, you know, not a student writing an essay. Of course, my bad. You'd never do that. One of my students relies on summaries. I've warned them about the demerits. Right. Anyway, I already paid for it. I'll read it before I get spoiled more. See you, Kaine. Let me know if you see Reimu. Reimu, of course, will do. Okay, time to read somewhere secluded where no one will talk to me. Right, I can go Kodendo. Okay, time to enjoy my book. In before Inosuke spoils the story for her too. Damn. I can't believe there's people out there that are just like casually giving out spoilers because as a courtesy. I hope that's not actually a thing, right? Like, surely not, right? I want to eat Sakura Mochi! Aimu's loud voice echoed across the vast wasteland. Utama flickered as if confused by her abrupt shout. What happened? Sakura Mochi? Why? I was eating it in the memory I recalled not too long ago. You had a rice cake filled with bean paste and salted cherry leaves. Soft aroma of spring fills your mouth. Aimu wiped away the saliva that had almost dribbled down her face. I want it. I want it. Sakura Mochi. Keep it down. Chewing flavorless dried rice and drinking sandy water. This is how Aimu ate as she journeyed through the dunes. Exhaustion soon reached its peak. Her excitement had circled back around and she was feeling hyper. Is there any Sakura Mochi in this sandy world? What do you think? Well, maybe somewhere. Somewhere isn't good enough. I want it now. Now! All worked up. Well, it's about time we found a village, so eat something tasty there. Has there been a single village that they've been to where there was anything decent? Like, the first one had, like, the shittiest food in the world. Then the last place they were at had, like, spicy food, or the food just got thrown at you so you couldn't even eat it. We're gonna even gain this food. Like, if they have access to this food, then maybe she could just, like, find one of their farms or something and steal it instead. Who's gonna stop her? Anyone? She won't care. And after another short walk, Reimu and Mitama had arrived. It was a cozy ephemeral village by a small oasis. Ugh. Hungry. Sakura Mochi. Alrighty, you better eat something, anything at all. Why don't we ask at that house? Guided by Mitama, Reimu staggered into a nearby house. Immediately, a sweet aroma hit her nose, and her eyes widened instantly. The scent. There's no mistaking it. It's red bean paste. Loaded by Reimu's loud voice, an ephemeral came from outside. Oh, a customer. Pardon us, I'm Mitama. This is Aimu, the Shrine Maiden. Hey, can I ask a favor? Can you please feed the Shrine Maiden? Oh yes, of course, not a problem. I was just thinking to have dinner. I'll prepare something, so please sit down and wait. Aimu stopped the ephemeral, who was about to retreat inside with a smile. If possible, I'd like to eat Sakura Mochi. Sakura Mochi? Well... Aimu calmed after seeing the ephemeral deep in thought. She'd inadvertently revealed her desire after smelling the bean paste. But it was possible that making Sakura Mochi was difficult in this village. If it's not possible, that's okay. Anything is fine. No, Sakura Mochi it is. I understand. I'll make some at once. After the ephemeral disappeared, the sweet-smelling air grew more intense. I'm looking forward to pink Sakura Mochi. Aimu sat down at the dining table with a smile on her face. Before long, the ephemeral returned. Plates down the table had stylish cloche hiding the food. Sorry to keep you waiting. These are Sakura Mochi. Cloche was lifted carefully and a soft, sweet scent engulfed Aimu. Oh, this is round, brown, and shiny, soft and fluffy to the touch. Piled up on the plate were... These are just manju. What happened to the Sakura Mochi? This wasn't what she wanted, but reaching the limits of her hunger, Reimu reached out for the manju. Well, maybe there's Sakura Mochi that looks like this too. That's some grade A copium you got there. Is that so? Could it be? Is this Sakura Mochi? Reimu was greatly perplexed, but proceeded to devour the food, demolishing the mountain of manju. Thank you for the meal. It was great. It was great, but... With her stomach full, Reimu once again strolled through the village. Well then, shall we prepare for our journey? We're running out of non-perishable foods, we need to restock. What do you want? Sakura Mochi? Stop, I was just forgetting how desperately I wanted it. A short walk away was an ephemeral setting up a stall with many sundries. It appeared to be the village's general store. Hey, can I have a minute? I was hoping you could help us with our travels. Oh, traveler, what would you like? Non-perishable foods. Let's see. Of course, you could place a specific order for dried meat or rice. Ephemeral began search for the items with gusto. Oh no, I know what kind of non-perishables. I have something perfect. Oh, really? Then by all means. Here, this is what you meant, right? What it presented with confidence was neither dried nor meat. They were glossy rice balls, a rarity in the desert. They're small and easily preserved, so they're ideal. I don't think so. Those won't keep long at all. Pushing away the rice balls, Aimu sighed. You know what non-perishable is? I do. I was just joking. Hold on a moment. That the ephemeral rummaged and clawed through the piles of merch. Feeling some anxiety, Reimu meekly waited for the next item to emerge. And then, here, at last, and it gets tastier. The ideal non-perishable. A jar labeled sake was placed before her with a thud. That's not food! Right, you can age it for taste. Hey, idiot! Not this either. We'd be happy to drink it, but it wouldn't fill her up. I don't know what non-perishable is. Enough of this. Wasting no time, Remy rejected the sake and walked away. Remy decided to look elsewhere, but no matter who she asked. Oh, non-perishables? I know that. The food you make with leftovers, right? Oh, non-perishables. The samples from restaurants. That's not it? With all these ridiculous answers, she made no progress. Jeez, what's with this village? Everyone is so ridiculous. I started to look forward to hearing their answers. Well, I'm not having any fun. But remaining frustrated wouldn't do any good. There's an oasis nearby. We'll get food and fruit there. Oh, I'll get to see the survival skills you've gained over the journey. You're gonna help. Fine. Huffing, Remy strode out of the village. I don't know if fruit's really non-perishable, but I guess in this heat you'd probably be able to do something with it. Probably could just dry it in the heat. Most likely. Normal groove gauge drain is slightly increased. Well, it's a good thing I've got something counteracting that then, isn't there? What kind of speed are we dealing with? 172. Alright, let's see what that feels like in terms of timing. This actually feels really good. Except for the part where I just like let go of things early. Oh, it's always the last bit. I saw exactly what I was needed to do, and I couldn't do it for some reason. God damn it. It was so close. That was like an easy one too, considering like the pattern. I think this is the same song, just a different remix. Well, at least the difficulty's easier on this one. Wait, what was the gimmick here? Timing is reduced. Wait, mine's yellow. Might be okay. We'll see. I at least know this song, so that might help a little bit. Is this gonna be like the full thing? Because this song's pretty long. Okay, no, we cut out like most of the intro, so we're okay. Those are all fast? I was hitting those way too fast. Oh, okay, and then that was assault. That one makes sense. I'm surprised that was considered fast. Holy shit. Thank God for the thing telling me. If I didn't have that update, I would not have known that. I would have definitely thought I was slow and just completely screw me up even further. See, that was a nice easy one. I like that. What else is here? Wait, do we have two Danmaku of the same song? Okay, let's try this one. That's something very different. Regular notes greatly reduced for blue and reds. It's reduced anyways regardless of card. Well, that's fine. As if this game wasn't, like, hard enough. I'm surprised I kept combo there. Holy shit, okay, good. Only start messing up like right at the end. Never played 15, so not as familiar with the music from that game, except from like a stage theme, and I guess Clown Piece's theme probably. Definitely not wannabe Sephiroth over here. Still not enough to unlock a thing. Okay, let's try... I guess we'll try one of the Danmaku stages. Those things are like really hard in the last area, so we'll see what this goes like. What's the difference between the gimmicks here? Level 3 or lower, timing for notes is moderately reduced. Damage is moderately increased? Oh my god. Bomb is used, scores somewhat decreased. Damage received is moderately increased during boss attacks. I don't know which is worse. Power decrease or damage increase? I guess we'll just go with the power. I mean, as long as I survive, right? That's what's important. Okay, let's switch to the other card I was using. Which was... I don't remember. Wait, is this one just better? This one kind of is, but it's only 1 bomb versus 3. This one had 5 lives. There's another one I was using, though. This one also has 5 lives. Well, that'll offset. 20 or greater damage dealt someone increase. I don't know which is better. What's the... Well, this one has no bombs. This one has 2. I guess we'll go with this one. Actually, did I get any new characters? I feel like I should have unlocked... No, I didn't. That's weird. I wonder if, like, you need to do something special to get new characters? Because I thought maybe, like, if I just beat an area, I'll get someone new. Oh, this one's a 4 button? Fuck that. I'm playing this with one hand, by the way. I don't know how I'm supposed to do a 4 key with one hand like this. I'm not used to playing AK. Like, how are you supposed to play this? How do they expect you to play this? I guess you just gotta be able to play AK. I mean, there's no other way around this. Because, like, I need to be able to move. I need arrow keys. Like, when it doesn't overlap like this, it's fine, but, like, it's when I have to, like, be able to move around and catch things that's a problem. I'm just gonna stand here and shoot. I don't care. I need to pay attention to the rhythm game part. I don't know how you're supposed to hit all 3 of those. Well, I did it. Despite there being 4 keys, barely scratched the boss, but who cares? Imagine 6 key with the Touhou bullet hell part in the middle. Yeah, I don't know how you would do that because you need more hands. Actually, no, you know what you could? I'm almost wondering, considering that I need... Oh, that would be so annoying, but it could work. Okay, I'm gonna do something really stupid. But technically speaking, this shouldn't be that different. It'll just be really awkward, and I probably won't like it. But there is a potential solution for this. Now hear me out. You know what's another game that requires you to hit weird keys on top of your basic 4 key? DJ Max. That's another game that plays almost exactly like this, and I have a perfect idea for this. There we go. And then we can switch this to A and S, or actually no, S and D. And then we can switch this to... Wait, how do I play? Do I set my hands like that? No, I usually, if I play 4 key, it's gonna be like this, I think. I can't remember what my controls are. DJ Max. I was just playing it yesterday too. But we're gonna set it like that. So AS, semicolon, and apostrophe. That sounds correct. No, it doesn't. That sounds uncomfortable. But then I can... No. We're gonna set it like this. S and D, L and semicolon. There we go. That makes more sense. So now I use my pinkies on the shift keys to move in the shooting part, and then I can play 4K normally. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Maybe because I thought for some reason I might need up and down. I don't know, but that just makes way more sense. We got story. That's good. Amy prepared for a trip at the Oasis. She also did Danmaku Kagura nearby and collected Mitama cards. Amy's vision wavered when she touched the card that fell before her. Ugh, the sensation again. An omen of memory. She staggered and put her hands on the sand. Her vision distorted, lost memory streamed into her head. saw the opposite of a desert, an area surrounded by bamboo greenery. It was the bamboo forest of the lost, famed for requiring a navigator. Amy arrived at the courtyard of Ayente, a large, elegant house. Further ahead, two girls were talking on the porch. One was a resident of Ayente, Daisen Udangin Inaba. The other was Yamame Kododani. Should have been in the underworld. Both had grim expressions on their faces. Even a Tsuchiguma like you, who manipulates disease, can't control this illness, then. I've never seen this. Is this thing even affecting the village really a disease? I don't know, even the moon technology, we really don't know anything. But, since at least we know your ability doesn't work, we'll have to think of another approach. If there's anything I can do, I'd be happy to take care of it. I want to protect the underworld. Then their conversation was cut short. The frustrated expressions of the silent pair burned into Reimu's eyes. When she regained awareness, she found herself back in the desert. Geez, what happened? Reflecting on the memories she'd seen, she gazed at the desert around her. Unbothered by her apprehensiveness, the Mitama leapt in front of Reimu. What are you doing? If you stay here, you'll just get buried in sand. I know that. Let's go rest in the village for a moment. So, Reimu left the oasis. Back at the village, ephemerals had gathered for some reason. She drew close and saw an ephemeral cowering in the center of the crowd. It seemed to be injured. Reimu rushed over to it. Are you okay? What happened? I was repairing the roof and I lost my footing. Reminds me of Nier with the buildings in the sand. Yeah, you're right, it kind of does. I don't know why I didn't think of that before. But that's like the first area in Nier. I should have totally recognized that. I still don't know why there's skyscrapers. Because there really shouldn't be. There are no skyscrapers in Gensokyo. Unless, like, this completely broke Gensokyo and the outside world is gone. Like, unless this is like a worldwide phenomena, then sure. Maybe that's what happened. I don't know how badly shit got fucked up for something like that to occur. But I guess it could have. Wouldn't be the first time someone tried punching a hole in the barrier. Because maybe this is the real world. It probably is. I would not be surprised. Like, considering what we're doing to repair this place. Okay, so, quick lore lesson on Touhou. The world of Gensokyo is separated from the outside modern world by a barrier called the Hakure Barrier. And it's basically just a giant magical barrier that separates reality from fantasy. That's literally what it is. It is the barrier between fantasy and reality. And if that barrier was to break, then basically all of Gensokyo would leak out into the outside world and be destroyed. And there actually has been 2 games now. Well, one game that led up to another game where someone literally punched a hole into the barrier to try and gain access to it from the outside world. And it did almost cause problems. It was actually a really big deal. And so, yeah, it can happen, almost did happen, and here it is probably likely having happened. The ephemeral held its leg in pain, and although it didn't seem broken, it was clearly swollen. It wasn't sure if it was a fracture or sprain, but it needed to be treated. Amy called out to the surrounding ephemerals. Can someone treat them? Is there a doctor? I'm not a doctor, but I know how to treat this. Oh, I see what's going on here. People with a lot of confidence. Too much, one might say. One ephemeral answered Reimu's call. It approached and maneuvered the injured person into a comfortable position. Reimu had just decided to leave it to its work when... Ow! Perhaps having lost its mind, the ephemeral was massaging the swollen leg. Punching a hole in a magical barrier is a very brute force solution. Yeah, well, she basically gathered what became the equivalent. So, the overall plot was she somehow managed to introduce some sort of, like, equivalent of the Dragon Balls into Gensokyo. This girl from the outside world, who has visited Gensokyo since in a more friendly manner, decided to create the equivalent of Dragon Balls in Gensokyo and basically trick everyone into using them, which then subsequently caused a hole to appear in the barrier. And that was like her entire thing. And yeah, that wasn't really cash money of her. People weren't very happy with that. So they kind of asked her to stop it and fix it. And the entire game actually like culminated in with a fight with her in the outside world. was kind of sick. You, what are you doing all of a sudden? Daimyo exclaimed with a start, and the Infermo replied curiously. Treating them, obviously. You just treat the sore spot to a good squeeze. Just rub some aloe vera on the foot. That's how you stop a heart attack. Yeah. Hey now, brother, what's that? That's not right at all. Another Infermo came running up to them. You know how to actually treat it, right? In reply to being asked doubtfully, the Infermo nodded confidently. Of course, I know all about it. Treatment means first aid, right? So we wrap it in a bandage? Right? That Infermo stepped in and pulled out a piece of cloth. Then, okay, just like this. Yeah! Wrapped the cloth around its leg and began to bind it tightly. Stop, stop! You don't know either! Huh? This is wrong. Why'd I put on a bandage? Obviously, it's wrong if they're in that much pain. Is there anyone with a clue around here? After that, many people tried to treat it, but none of them did it right. In the end, they ended up arguing with each other. I don't actually know how to give first aid. I do too. You're the one who doesn't know. Ah, it's the village of Redditors. I get it. Daimyo, who had been watching, suddenly stood up and took a deep breath. Knock it off! Infermo stopped arguing at the sound of Daimyo's angry voice. Stop acting like know-it-alls. Say you don't know or don't understand. Otherwise, you're going to kill somebody. The angry Infernos then looked at the injured person, moaning in pain. Ugh, it hurts. Hurts so bad. Looked more distressed than before it had received first aid. They need to go to Ask Doc. Oh no. I think this is Ask Doc. They're already there. One Inferno asked Daimyo, how do we properly treat this? I have no idea. First, you cool down the painful areas. There's an oasis over there, so get some water from it. Infernos quickly fetched water at her instructions, and gently placed a wet, cold cloth on the swollen area. They weren't sure if it was right, but the wounded's expression softened. Might be a bit better now. Well, I'll be off. Infernos shouted their thanks at Daimyo as she left the village. Thanks for the help. Now we'll be honest when we don't know something. Daimyo did not reply to the Inferno's words and departed. It's a real subreddit, though I think it's Ask Doctor with verified doctors. See, the thing about verified people on Reddit, I still don't know if I trust that they're actually verified. Because, like, it's just random people who are verifying them. And usually with subs like that, they never show how they verify people. They're just like, the mods are just like, oh yeah, no, this person's verified. You could trust us, we're moderators. As if that makes it any better. So I don't know how much, especially if it's like related to medical advice. Yeah, pro tip, never Google medical advice. It doesn't matter what it is. Maybe it gives you like a general idea, but that's like the last place I'll go for medical advice is the internet. I don't care if people claim they're actual doctors with real credentials, performing real medicine. Daimyo had been sighing as she walked through the desert ever since. Mitama, following close behind, spoke to her curiously. What's with all the sighing? It's nothing. I just have some regrets. Regrets? They seemed like they were healing, and we prepared for the trip. Daimyo's eyes widened. Sakura mochi! I never did get to eat it! Ugh, if only I hadn't thought of it, I wouldn't be craving it. As if laughing at Daimyo's dejection, Mitama wobbled. Oh, how did you describe it? Chewy and soft, smells like sakura, a sweet treat. Don't provoke me. Ugh, my mouth is begging for sakura mochi. I'm gonna go find some. Whoa, hey! You need to do the Daigen cut ice around here first. Daimyo began to run with new purpose and Mitama chased behind her. Her hair disappeared behind the flying sand. Been a bunch of medical Reddits, and that one is the only legit one they refer people to as doctors. I mean, fair enough. But like, I feel like it's I don't know. Maybe they're actually doctors. Who knows? But like, you know, the standards of medicine are so different in various parts of the world that I think that's another reason to be careful, even if they are actual legit doctors. Pardon me, has Daimyo been by? Oh. Speaking of doctors, here's one now. She's busy. I'll wait till she's done. This is your medication. Take it 3 times daily after eating. There's something I still don't understand. May I ask a question? Of course. Ask away. How will this medicine work on me? I know it's a painkiller, but it's not a mere analgesic. It also calms the mind. Your stomach pain is psychogenic. This soothing medicine will heal the source. I see. So that's how it works. Why do I have to take it after food? Your stomach is active after a meal, so it will absorb the medicine easily. Oh, I see. Understood. Thank you. Not a problem. Is that all? Oh, I'm still unsure. Why 3 times a day? It lasts about 6 hours, so thrice daily will minimize your time in pain. It's important to reduce the mental burden caused by the pain. Is there anything else you want to ask? Everything is clear. Thank you. Get well soon. He lost his eyes. Yeah, that's like basically every man in Touhou. No one gets eyes except Renosuke. He's like the only man who gets like any. He's literally the only male named character in all of Touhou, unless you want to count Genji, but he doesn't really exist anymore. Genji the turtle. Well, I guess there's Uzunan, but I mean he's never talked ever. I don't think the red plus sign is actually copyrighted by the Red Cross, so you can't use it in games because it's not copyright. I don't know. I mean, Zun's got away with it for, I don't know, when did Touhou 7 come out? 2004? He's gone away with it for 20 years. I'm sure if the Red Cross had any complaints about it, they would have said something by now, considering Touhou is like one of the largest, if not the largest, media franchises in Japan. It rivals Fate Stay Night, and I think it's actually bigger, despite having like the most niche of genres in official games. I think it is copyright. Autocorrect is going to be the enemy. Yeah, that's why you gotta turn that shit off, man. I turned that off before I even like used the keyboard on my phone. It's been the best decision I've ever made. I don't know, I think maybe it's different in Japan. Maybe the copyright's different over there. It could be anyways. You're probably right. I think they do make a fuss about it in a lot of games, but I mean, again, he's never gotten in trouble for it, and she's been wearing this outfit for 20 years now. So. Oh, you're here. For a while now. You spent lots of time on that patient. Someone important? Not at all. I simply do what is needed to correctly treat any patient. It'd be dangerous if they didn't fully understand after expressing concern. I see. So misusing medicine could cause life-threatening problems. Yes. It's a lot of work, but it's vital for preventing those kinds of errors. Hey, can I ask you to run an errand? Can you buy bean paste daifuku? Bean paste? That's not enough detail. What kind of beans? From which store? From the village confectioner. You know, the usual black bean daifuku. I'm still not sure. When should I go? How many? Me, Erin, Raisin, you. 2 each for a total of 8. Please, buy them at once. I see. But what do I do about money? Sheesh, I'll pay you back. Be sure to bring the receipt. Okay, got it. I'll be off then. Good grief. That was a bit much, wasn't it? Well, better than her buying the wrong thing, I suppose. Oh, that's right. What did you need? You don't seem hurt or sick. Oh, I'm looking for Reimu. Have you guys seen her? Reimu? No, I have no idea. I need to see her as well. I asked Udongen and the rest to let me know if they see her, but no sign as of yet. See. Not even the rabbits can see her, then she disappeared too. I'll tell you if I hear anything. Is there any chance I could ask a favor? Oh, is it related to whatever you wanted to see her for? Yes. I'd like you to give her this to her. So heavy. Ugh. What's this sack of paper? The Manual for Shrine's Medicine. I rewrote it to be easier to understand. What? Give it to Reimu when you see her. Or just leave it at the shrine. Okay, I've got it. I don't think Reimu will seriously read this. Right then, I'm off. Let me know if you hear anything. Why the fuck is Touhou so popular? I mean, you're looking at why it's popular. It has like 180 different characters in there, and 179 of them are all cute girls. You tell me why it's popular. Best part is, it only has like one officially translated game. And people don't even like that translation, so they made their own translation for it and the other like 20 plus games. Alright, where else are we? Well, I guess since we were at Aente, we might as well do the bamboo forest itself next. Sat on the ground and lowered her heavy luggage from her shoulder. Then we laid sprawled out at the entrance to the village, exhausted. I'm done. I can't walk another step. You're giving up after making... up here after making it? Pathetic. Mitama bounced back and forth in front of Reimu's eyes. As Reimu turned away, she caught sign of her own footprints and meandered widely as if in a drunken stagger. Life sure is easy for things that can float. Come on, get up. Upsy daisy. Reimu ignored Mitama's teasing as the infernals living in the village gathered around. Man, if only she remembered... When does she get the memory where she... so she can remember that she can fly? It would certainly make things a lot easier. There's so much beauty of these characters, isn't there? I mean, yeah. Zune doesn't approve of it, though. He's not a big fan of that part. As a 40-year-old man with a wife and child, you can imagine why he's not a big fan of it. The actual designs of the Touhou characters are pretty conservative, all things considered. There's like maybe 2 characters that he deliberately designed to be a bit exaggerated. Everyone's actually pretty normal looking. Which is pretty impressive, really. The guy's actually kind of cool. He's like super pro, like everything. He doesn't, there's no official relationships, but he's all for like the LGBT stuff. There's a canonical character who's like crippled and in a wheelchair, but not like actually in a wheelchair. Like she doesn't necessarily need it all the time, so it's like one of those situations, which is kind of cool. You don't see enough of those kinds of wheelchair users, I think. The journey was long. Welcome. I'm the village chief. The infernal village chief bowed graciously. All of the infernal villagers followed suit. I'm Mitama. A pleasure. You have to let me rest somewhere. Then please rest in my home. This way, please. Guided by the chief, Reimu and Mitama headed for its home. Reimu followed on the verge of collapsing to her knees. The chief's house, assembled from scrap wood, was the best in the village. The sole desire of resting quickly, Reimu tried to go in, but... Traveling Shrine Maiden, this will not do. Huh? The chief stood in front of her and asserted, take off your coat before entering the front door. That's proper etiquette. And please line up your shoes at the entrance. This is also good manners. Oh, is this the village from, the Spoke, Rohan that he went to? Whereas, like, you have to have, like, perfect manners or they throw you out? What was that village called? I can't remember what it was called. That was a good episode, though. So particular, even though I'm so tired. Amy took off her coat and, as told, and arranged her shoes. If she's so hot in the desert, why is she wearing a coat? After checking, the chief brought her in and ushered her to the guest room. Wow, very nice looking compared to like some of the places that she's been. It was a tatami room with a table in the middle surrounded by cushions. Amy threw down her luggage and sat down on the cushions. Phew! There we go. Hey! Instantly, the house creaked with the chief's furious shouts. Don't just sit anywhere without asking. And cross-legged, no less. Sitting on a cushion, what's the problem? Sit down after being advised by the host. That is good manners. You stepped on the edge of the tatami when you entered the room earlier. I don't remember that. Did you see things wrong? Bring in a cup of tea. I'm parched. Amy pulled the cushions around her and used them as pillows to lie on. As soon as she relaxed her body, she suddenly felt drowsy. She decided to take a nap until the tea arrived and let herself drift off. Get out! There's no room for a rude boor like you. Chief's angry shouts came again and Amy was kicked out. Damn, that didn't take long. Dude, having a wife and kids, the most insane thing I've heard all day, even above the Touhou lore. Dude, the man's like 40. He's been making these games since 1995. Like, before he even graduated college. Guy's like actually old. There's a good chance we may not see Touhou games like beyond like the next 10 years. Would not be surprised if he stopped at some point. Hidemu Mitama rolled out the front door after being pushed by the chief. Unwilling to sleep outside, Hidemu fought back. Hey, aren't you just way too strict about manners? So worn out, can't you overlook this? Tired or not, it is good manners to obey silently. Those who can't abide by this are the same as feral beasts. Chief yelled angrily and then retreated to his house, locking the door. Oh dear. If you'd just been polite, we could have rested. Dead tired, I don't have it in me. Hidemu Mitama began to argue at the door. The sun was setting behind the horizon and a cold night wind was blowing. Yeah, I don't know how rich Zune is. It's weird because, like, he's the only one who makes the games. Like, he makes all the programming, the art, the sound. He got help, outside help, for one of the main whole number games one time. And, I mean, so any game with that's like a 0.5 is usually made by a third-party company, but otherwise all the games are his. So I don't know how much money he gets. I don't know if he gets like any sort of... He probably gets some sort of licensing or royalties from like some of the fan games. But for the most part, like he is very open about letting people make fan games of Touhou and do whatever they want with him and doesn't ask for anything. Like people can just freely make a fan game of Touhou. And as long as you like respect a few basic rules, he does not care what you do with it. And I don't think he asks for anything. But I think like higher profile stuff, like considering this game actually has his versions of the songs and not like just remixes, like there's actual original Touhou soundtrack songs in here, he probably gets licensing for that. And I would not be surprised if some of the other games he also gets licensing for, like some of the mobile games. I would not be surprised if he gets royalties from those. But I honestly, I don't know how he manages to do it, because like not only does he make all these games by himself and like is self-sustained, he holds 2 conventions a year. Like there's 2 official Touhou conventions in Japan per year, and that's where he usually like reveals new games, and they're just for Touhou. That's how big this franchise is. So I have no idea. I've always wondered that myself as well. Okay, what are we starting with here? Like, it's Reisen music and Tei music. It's probably like 2 songs, all things considered. I'm guessing we're probably gonna unlock like a Moko song or something in here. But I guess we'll just start with this one. A light fog will appear on the screen. Oh, that's my cue to switch cards. No, thank you. Where is the fog card? There we go. We'll just... Actually, I don't think we need to really level that one up. Leveling it up seems to only be useful for the bullet hell section, so I'll just take the perk and we'll go with that. Yeah, we can take a look at some of the actual... Oh, is this only... Wait. No, hold on. That's right. That card is specifically for Poison Fog. This is a different kind of fog. So we need to take a different card. That is not the card we want to take here. That's Poison Fog. Do we have, like, other non-Poison Fog available? Banned Sorrow Illness. That's not what this is. That's something else. Damage dealt by your option shot is somewhat increased. Is that just like basic shot? Or is there like another shot I can do? Because like usually in Touhou you have like focus fire and then basic fire. I'm just seeing if we have any more fog cards. Poison status effects. Fog gimmick effects are somewhat decreased. There we go. Level this one up a couple times so that it shows up near the top. There we go. That should do it. Speaking of like Zune-made music, after this, maybe we can go check out a very special song that exists only in free play mode after this one. I remember this part of the song. Yeah, I was not expecting to hear that in here. So that's like actually a remix of technically an official soundtrack song, but that one's not actually composed by Zune. But it is from one of the fighting games. I think that one specifically is from 14.5? I don't think it was from Hisoten. But yeah, here, as promised, we can go check out. There's a very special song that was made specifically for this game. Where is it? I gotta find it. Somewhere up here, I think. I don't know what I have this sorted by. Oh, is this sorted by alphabetical? Well, whatever. It's up here somewhere then. Speaking of popular things in Japan, and people who are insistent that their music does not sound like Touhou, where the fuck is it? Do I really need to search for this? I need to search for it. Okay, can I just, like, say how good this search system is? The search system is, like, actually amazing. Especially for a rhythm game, you don't see something like this. Like, not only can you just type in the name of a song, which is what we want here, but we can, like, sort by... You can favorite things, you can sort by the ranking you've gotten, if you've beaten it, different other kinds of rankings, the source material, like... You don't get this kind from a lot of things. There it is. So there's an official collaboration with Toby Fox. Is that the full version of Bad Apple? Which one? There's like 3. But we're not here to play Bad Apple. Bad Apple is like, anyone can play Bad Apple. Bad Apple is old news. No other rhythm game has this song because it was made exclusively for this game. Toby, I don't make Touhou Music Fox decide to actually collaborate with Zune to make actual Touhou music. I don't know why I keep missing that one specific note. So this part of the song is made by Zune, as you can tell by the instrumentation. Using that classic SC88 Pro that he loves so much. And then it like transitions into like a Toby Fox segment, which is sick. Oh my god, okay, I wasn't expecting to get crazy like that. did I beat it? I don't know if I'm gonna beat it. I think I might be just short. Fuck. My hand slipped on like that last note there. Okay, just barely. Good. Good enough for me. Tony Fox worked with both the Pokemon Company and Toad. Yeah, he's worked with Nintendo, Game Freak, and now he's worked with Zune himself. Which, honestly, I would not be surprised if that was like probably his favorite bit to have done. This is free DLC, by the way, for this game. Although I would not be opposed to paying for more if they wanted to do another one. I mean, it made sense to do, like, the most popular Touhou song, You and Owen, but I would love to hear, like, what Toby Fox can do with some other Touhou music. Let's get rid of that filter there. Can we search by... No, we can't search by... Oh, we can search by... Okay. How much, actual official soundtrack stuff do I have unlocked? Let's find out. Oh, there's a couple. Okay, these are mostly unlocked ones. So this is like... These ones are like actual official soundtracks. Oh, that one's not. Because I need to actually type it better. Maybe if I actually bothered to try and spell. I think that's... Did I do that right? I don't even know. I did. So these are like... This is what Touhou music usually sounds like. The stuff like this. Who's my favorite Touhou character? Probably Aya, or... Yeah, probably Aya. She gets a bad rep for, you know, spreading false news, but she's just trying her best. Although, Sumi's pretty cool, too, considering she's, like... So, Sumi is, like, this really weird state where she's actually from the outside world. And is able to, like, enter Gensokyo through, like, complicated means, but she just, like, goes in there and starts, like, taking selfies with everyone with her smartphone. And then takes photos of Danmaku and then posts it online, and people wonder how the fuck she got these pictures, because she's, like, some sort of, like, special effects god. You know, despite the fact they're all real pictures. And there's, like, even a whole game where she, like, takes pictures of the Danmaku from all the Touhou characters, and she posts them online, and then, like, you get, like, comments from, like, all the people who follow her on social media. It's, like, just a really cool situation, like, combining, like, the fantasy world, like, the really outdated fantasy world of Gensokyo with, like, the modern world. This is like a surprisingly easy one. Maybe I just finally got used to the game. Damn it. I really flubbed that alternating section. Jeez, what was that ending? Fuck that. That was like the fuck you part. The hell was that shit? Oh my god. Aya, yeah, she's like a crow tengu who literally publishes her own newspaper. Like, the tengu's whole thing, you'll have to Google what a tengu, like, traditionally is. But in Touhou, they're all, like, people who just, they publish newspapers. They publish the news throughout Gensokyo. And they write their own newspapers and have, like, newspaper competitions. We only have, like, the 2 of these unlocked? I do. That's unfortunate. Okay. Well, we'll have to unlock more of those. and Aya's just like probably is the one that she even got her own game, and her game also involved her taking pictures of Danmaku. It's a really cool game actually. Shoot the Bullet's really fun, and I like that more than like a lot of the main Touhou games, just because of like the premise of it. Instead of shooting the characters, you're shooting photos of all their pretty patterns. Okay, where were we in here? I think this one actually was next. All notes change to vertical? Do you mean hold notes? I don't know what that means. What card do I have equipped? Fog Gimmick is decreased. Let's go for... Wait. There we go. That's the one. I wonder... I don't know if Aya's music's actually in here. I hope it is. But we haven't been to Yokai Mountain yet, so it's likely it's gonna be there. I would not be surprised if there's something in this game. What does it mean by vertical? What the fuck is this? Okay, this is on brand for Tay, but I fucking hate this. It's like there's a graphical glitch. Like if someone were to look at this, they'd think the game is bugged. I hate this. Oh my god, no. As soon as I saw this come up, I was like, yep, that's it. It's over. The alternating in the middle with like the chords on the side is like too awkward for me. The note shape didn't really help. Not a fan of that. Good song, but what the fuck was that stage gimmick? Absolutely hate it. What's this one? Is this any different? Fog will appear on the screen. Okay, well we know what we're doing with that. Getting rid of it. Actually, I might have a card with Aya on it in here somewhere. No? Nah, I don't even have a card with Aya on it. That's weird. I thought I did. Okay, where is my fog card? Another character I really like was Kosuzu. She was in Forbidden Scrollery, one of the manga. And, like, she's just a normal human, but she, like, runs a bookshop. And then, like, eventually throughout the story, she just, like, learns the secret of Gensokyo and, like, what actually is going on, because, like, Reimu tells her. And then she's just, like, fangirls out over the idea of it. It's like, wow, you get to hang out with yokai? That's just amazing. And, like, Reimu's, like, really confused, but secretly loves it because she has to put on, like, a professional face, be like, no, yokai are bad, but then secretly she's also friends with, like, a million yokai, so it's fine. Where is my fog card? I thought these were filtered by level. Am I crazy? Groove gauge, power. Where the f... There it is. Why is it down here now? Fog gimmick. Perfect. There we go. Why couldn't I find it? I thought it was like on the top row. Whatever. Oh, this is insane. Easy 12, normal 15. I'm already scared. Well, let's see what this does. Alright, so this is a remix of the same song that the other song was a remix of. This is hard enough without fog. I could not imagine doing it with. Okay, I hate jacks on a normal day. Like, this is no. Okay, it's only the halfway mark. Maybe there's a small chance I can bring this back. Oh, don't slow down now. I was kind of starting to get a hang of that pattern. I was not liking that pattern though. If I have to, I'll do that on like medium or something. 4 keys probably a lot more manageable. I can do alternating patterns like that in 4 key, but I'm not too used to it with like 6 key yet. Oh, we unlocked this? Okay. Is this actual Zune music? It might be. Dense fog will appear on the screen. I still have the fog card on, right? Okay, good. Normal groove gauge gain rate is moderately decreased. Timing for regular notes is extended, though. Interesting. Fine by me. Yeah, this is actual Zune music. Okay, I do not like doing alternating with like my 3rd and 4th fingers. If it's cross hand, it's like whatever, but the same hand is like really awkward. Damn it, Zoom, why you have beats like this? Yeah. No, there's way too many, like, outside note alternations. I just cannot physically do those yet. I love that song, but man, no way. Okay, what can we, like, work on then? We haven't done this then. I guess we'll just do Danmaku. Hopefully this one's not like... Oh, now we get to try out the new control scheme. There's fog? Oh no. We can either reduce fog or we can go for like one of my special ones for the Danmaku stages. Which one was that I was using? Which one had like a shit ton of health and power? I think it was this one. Yeah, sure, let's go with this one. Alright, have a good night, Jack. Thanks for coming back today. Did we unlock any new characters? Nope. Still don't know how to unlock those. That's fine. Alright, let's try out those new controls. So, shift keys for movement, and then I use my normal setup for... Oh, this is only 2 key. That makes this a little better. And of course, it's only 2 key and I still mess it up. See, the tricky part here is this is not how I'd normally play Touhou. Of course, she still has her gimmick from the actual game too, where like the notes just or the bullets stop and like change directions. Oh shit, that was power that I could have used. So 7 is actually one, or no, sorry, 8 is one of the few games I've actually beaten in the series, and this part tripped me up a couple of times. I think I don't know if I game over on it, like properly game over. I definitely continued though, and mostly because of this gimmick, because the bullets go invisible and then more get added on top of it, just to fuck with you. Because her whole thing is like she can make people go mad and like see things that aren't actually there. Or not see things that are actually there. Alright, well I beat it anyways, that's good enough. Did we unlock something with that? Ah, not quite. Okay, that means we have to do one more of these stages. Okay, this one had the weird notes, but I feel like I almost did it. I almost did it. We'll give this one more try at 6 key. It was like the ending where I just got tripped up. Now I see what the real problem with these vertical notes is they hide those short hold notes that you saw in those like big stacks. Or maybe you didn't, and I wouldn't blame you because that's the whole point. Ugh, no. It's just the ending. Fuck that ending. Like, I kind of knew it too. I was like, okay, I need to press the first one on my right hand, and I just wouldn't press it. I was like, no, we're gonna press the one on my left hand instead. Because that makes perfect sense. Alright, fuck it. We're going into let's get out of here mode. Oh, I don't have my... Alright, that's fine. You know what? We'll compensate difficulty by leaving the fog on. How about that? It's only 4 keys, so I might be able to do this anyways. I'm much more used to playing 4 key games. Although I'd like to think I've got a little bit of the hang of like a 6 key, let alone like 7 key, like a Beatmania kind of thing. Whoops. My hand, like, corrected itself erroneously, and then, like, unerroneously corrected itself. But it was too late by that point. I already let go. Hey, there's some practice. Good. Get some practice in on those, like, weird alternating patterns. The difference between a fast and a slow is so close, it's insane. Like, you saw me press that, as like, I pressed it a moment later, and it's like, nope, you're now too slow. You were going too fast before, and now you're too slow. Should have hit it on millisecond, like, 3 instead of 5, idiot. There we go. Same song. Oh, didn't we not do it? We did. What's the gimmick this time? Fog. Timing for regular notes is moderately reduced. Oh, great! Just what I need. Okay. Well, I'm down to try this one again, but I guess we'll just do this one then. What? No. Use the mouse. We'll just do 4 key on this one. There's only like 3 songs in this area. I don't blame them. If you're gonna like make a area themed after Bamboo Forest, you only have like 3 characters to choose from. And they all appeared in the same game. Oh, I was kind of hoping this stream section would be a little harder. I love 4-key streams, they're so satisfying. I do not like the 6-key version of this section, though. Good old Zune and his, like, weird-ass beats that make no sense. And then leave it to, like, the rhythm games be like, yeah, I can do something with that. And then thus, Zune music becomes, like, super trolly. Although it's, like, interesting, because, like, this is technically the only... Out of all the Touhou fan games, this is the only one with actual Zune music in it, because that's, like, one of his rules. Is, like, if you make your own Touhou game, that's fine, go ahead, but you cannot use my soundtrack. You cannot use my songs, so you have to remix your own or make your own new songs. And that's why you just never see his music outside of his game, because that means he would have to, like, be a part of the development and all that. So while this game isn't, like, official Touhou, the fact that his music exists in here means that he had something to do with it anyways. So I guess when it comes to, like, the patterns for these, I don't know where they even get inspiration from. Osu? That's, like, the only one I can think of. I guess there's other games that have, like, Touhou music in it. Actual Zune music, but not many, surprisingly. Like, even Step Mania has a few, but it's not anywhere near as many as Osu does. I love that, like, the accuracy is precise to 5 decimal places. Like, I don't know why I need that much precision, but thanks, I guess? Oh, there we go. Ooh, treasure? Go, what do we get? The controller of all emotions. What does that even mean? Do I have, is that like an inventory item? The controller of all emotions. Oh, it's a card. Okay. Earthquake gimmick effect is disabled. I've never even seen that effect yet. But cool, I guess. Also, I just saw there's a sorting for life count, so I might have to take a look at that if we do another Danmaku stage. Okay, we got stories, that's good. Find some other songs to play instead of the same 3 over and over again. Namu slowly rose from under the rag that served as a bed. Letting out a lazy yawn, she brushed the sand off her clothing. Good morning, Namu. How do you feel after sleeping in the ruins for days? Tama flew cheerfully in front of Namu's eyes. Namu stretched. Strange how you can adapt to anything. For the past few days, Namu slept in an abandoned house in the village. Collecting was going well. She recovered a new memory just the other day. Oh, Misty is here. I like her too. Although, she doesn't really get, like, a lot of official lore. She's, even, like, fan game-wise, she's not seen a whole lot. But Misty Izakaya is, like, an amazing restaurant management sim. Really good game. But she only has, like, she's not even in any of the manga. She has, like, 3 lines in the one game she appears in. When was this memory from? Namu was cleaning Hakure Shrine. It was too littered with debris and sand, hardly hospitable to worshippers. Too much outside garbage. I'll punish you guys if you slack off. Namu flashed her talismans and needles at the stray yokai helping her. Doing this even though I need to prepare for tonight. Not slacking. So spoke Mistia, still in her apron after being recruited by Namu. I've never even heard of anyone wanting an insect's help. Rigo also had no choice but to help with the cleaning. That sounds like the Namu I know. Getting like a bunch of yokai to just do things for her and then threatening them with like pain and suffering. How awful to put a Jizo to work just because you don't have enough staff. Namu collected her debris angrily. Namu also took a large piece of debris and carried it out of the precinct. It's always times like this when I can't find Aon. Usually she's all over me. It's so annoying. Namu picked up a bamboo broom and cleared away all the fine sand. With the fine dusk gone, the end of the cleaning was in sight. What the fuck happened here? Oh, this is all stuff from like the outside world. What happened? Okay, someone must have punched a hole in the barrier or something. This is over, let's party at Mistia's Saw. Namu mumbled and the stray yokai cheered. Pleasure doing business. I'll stock up on more lamprey and Odin. And I may as well invite the fireflies and make it a very elegant party. I appreciate that you prepared offerings. No longer tired and slow, the stray yokai were quick to clean up the mess. I won't let you get away with cutting corners. Over there. Encouraging them with her needles, she kept a watchful eye on their work. See, she can be forgiving, though. She's giving Mistia her business. With what little money she might have. Somehow, the more I remember, the more disturbing Gensokyo seems. Honestly, I think he might be the most disturbing. Taking aim at Mitama, Namu silently raised her right fist. Mitama just barely dodged a sharp uppercut. Watch it! This is what I'm talking about. Okay, let's go on to the next place. Taking a swing and then ignoring me. What a specimen. Namu and Mitama gathered their things and left the abandoned house. Socks should be hung out of sight. That's been a rule since the Stone Age. Don't joke. It's been good since prehistoric times to hang them in public. As Namu and Mitama left the ruins, they heard the yelling of the ephemerals. 2 ephemerals were arguing over a basket of wet laundry. It is the height of rudeness to reveal dirty footwear like socks. Whoever deters demons and keeps misfortune away. Everyone knows that. Namu covered her ears as they engaged in an unbearable, pointless argument. No rules about hanging socks to dry. Are they stupid? You guys are just making up rules and power tripping. Feeling bothered, Namu and Mitama stood still. Using a parasol on a sunny day casts a shadow, which is bad luck. You can't aim your butt at strangers, so dust with your back to the wall. And passing a superior crab walk so as not to face away from them. What? These lies are being imposed all throughout the village. The ephemerals were quiet only when they welcomed Namu and Mitama. After welcoming guests politely according to good manners, they were always unfriendly, tirelessly quibbling with one another. Unable to count on such people, Namu chose to sleep in the ruins. Well then, shall we get back on track and get going? Before we do that, let's just ask how they got into this mess. Well, if you don't ask, you won't feel satisfied. Namu looked around to find someone she could talk to. Hey, you there! Finding an ephemeral who wasn't arguing, Namu beckoned it over. The ephemeral came, but, as expected, it appeared dissatisfied. Miss Shrine Maiden, you mustn't call people over like they're animals. Oh, yeah, my bad. That aside, why do all of you emphasize manners so much? I suppose it's good manners to answer questions. With a small nod, the ephemeral recounted how things had come to be. It was when the village was much smaller than it is now. One traveling ephemeral came across the desert to the village. The villagers, who rarely had visitors, welcomed the traveler with open arms. They treated it to a never-ending feast and welcoming songs and dances. But something unexpected happened. The traveler, a gluttonous eater, wasn't satisfied with eating the feast. He crawled into the villagers' houses with shoes on to demand more food. Finally, all the food in the village was devoured and the traveler left. No matter the guests, they must be welcome to the end of their stay. We, at the time, thought it was good manners. But when the traveler ate up all our food, we decided to change. We would maintain our manners, but make guests do the same. When the ephemeral finished speaking, there was a single tear in its eye. They were trying to protect the village by not dealing with rude people. But they can't be restricted by the etiquette used to protect themselves. That's all backwards. The two were stunned, ignoring the ephemeral with their tear in its eye. While Reimu and Mitama listened, the argument over made-up manners continued. The pair arguing over where to dry socks had started a childish fight, playing tug-of-war with all their might over a pair of socks. Now then, we asked what we wanted to do. Why don't we get going? Reimu was just about to leave. Smack! The sock that had flown out of the ephemeral's hand stuck to Reimu's face. The smell of damp laundry rushed into her nostrils. The ephemeral stopped fighting, but it was already too late. Reimu's whole body trembled with rage, sinister aura overflowing from her. Reimu peeled off the half-dried sock. A smile not unlike a no mask was stretched across her face. Someone's getting exterminated. I just remembered that throwing a sock is supposed to signal a duel. No, that's a glove. Did you say something? Reimu scowled at the ephemeral's retorts. His gaze was so sharp that its whole body began to tremble. It's good manners to settle an unresolved conflict with a duel. Since you threw the sock, you must be prepared, right? When Reimu glanced at the other ephemeral, froze as if bound by rope. Reimu took out her gohei and swung it vigorously in place. The sharp sound of the wind echoed through the silent village. Let the duel begin. To the death. I can't duel. Please, spare my life. Reimu's Danmaku struck the two ephemerals. Taking a direct hit, they were blown into the walls of a house. Reimu's anger did not abate, and bullets rained on the whole village. The ephemerals fled, the echoes of their screams overlapping. The Crimson Slasher has arrived. The exercise really made me feel better. Reimu stretched after her workout with a radiant expression on her face. Meanwhile, the beat-up ephemerals had grown quiet and docile. Who cares about manners anyway? That's right, life is more important. Let's stop worrying about manners and train our bodies. The ephemeral people discussed how to proceed in hushed tones. Without paying them any mind, Reimu and Mitama left the village. See, that's how you resolve conflicts. You just start shooting and blow up the village. I mean, it works in Gensokyo. Gonna work here too, right? Reimu and Mitama proceeded through the wasteland to the next spot. Reimu's steps were light and lively on the sand. Wonder what will happen with that village. Mitama remarked unexpectedly, perhaps out of boredom. All of their exasperating manners are gone, and now they've adopted the superior rule. The stronger man wins. Looks like those with a strong fighting spirit will have the upper hand. Maybe. That means they're back to normal. Back to normal? Mitama tilted as if tipping its head to the side. Well, that's the kind of place Gensokyo was before it fell. Humans attack yokai and the shrine maidens exterminate them, right? That means Gensokyo is basically ruled by violence. You're not wrong. Reimu spoke plainly as if reading from a newspaper. Wait, isn't your view of Gensokyo biased? So what? You mean my memories are mistaken? I'm not saying that, but... Reimu shrugged as Mitama wondered how to respond. Don't worry, I know that's not all. But when we rebuild it, we need to deal with anyone strong. I'll have to instill some manners in them so they behave in front of me. Taken aback, Mitama stopped midair. Reimu unleashes a series of quick punches, excited to fight. Mitama rushed after her. Well, good. Now that she remembered how to properly resolve conflicts, she can just do that with all the villages she encounters, right? Just challenge them to a spell card duel. They can't say no. And if they can't beat her, well, then they have to do whatever she says. That's the rules. Hey, do you have a minute? I want to ask you something. Hey, don't ignore me. Oh, hey, have you seen... Oh, ouch. I'm not even gonna apologize for bumping into me? Sheesh, is everyone here raised without any manners? Oh, Murasachi, did you come to pick up her bamboo shoots? No, I came looking for Reimu. I was trying to ask if anyone had seen her. But nobody here will hear me out. They don't even apologize for bumping me. Of course not. Everyone here is a fugitive from polite society. Manners, etiquette, proper clothing. These rigid norms are enforced. They've run away from all of that. No need to apologize for a shoulder bump. Right, so they're just free to ignore anyone who tries to speak to them. So I should use money or gifts. If I offer something, they'll get interested. Oh, no, no. In that case, they'll just take what you're offering. It's totally horrible. How can you stand to be here? I wonder. Not as unpleasant as it sounds. Not acknowledging or apologizing happens all the time on the outside. You must have days where socializing is a pain. I hang here then. Anyhow, if you want to get info here, you'll have to do it by force. Huh. Sounds awkward, but I'll try muscling it out of them. Here's Marisachi didn't know. This place is where hell started. Knock it off with the weird narration. Not like Marissa would be against violence herself. All she has to do is, like, just brandish her giant laser beam, and, you know, I think anyone would listen to her. I don't know. I really don't know where the Shrine Maiden is. No idea, huh? Whatever. Guess I'll pummel someone else. You! Tell me where Reimu is. See, like I said, just gotta use force. What did I do? You're at fault for not knowing. Well, I would have whooped you even if you did. I'll keep subduing the bamboo forest like this, and then all of Gensokyo. Alright, that's enough. Boko told me of insane wavelengths, so I came. Marissa, what are you doing? I thought you liked torture. You got off to torture last time it happened. You kidnapped Reimu and tortured her, and then you were, like, basically convulsing on the floor, outside the room. What do you mean, what happened here? You can't lecture Marissa for doing the same. That's hypocritical. Did you come to help? Oh, thanks. I was about to lose my marbles. I've already fully lost them. Don't you know the rules of Danmaku? Well, rules don't apply here. I had to beat what I wanted out of them. So things just turned violent. The end result of a mannerless society is a lawless dog-eat-dog world. Agreed. Violence is definitely wrong. I don't feel Reimu's wavelengths. Leave before violence overtakes you again. Will do. I'll have Reimu's do something about the rude behavior here. Thanks to your rampage, most of the yokai already left. What? Really? That's not good. Well, now they'll understand the value of manners, won't they? That's right. Since I brought you back to sanity, I have a favor to ask. Do you give this refill of the medicine wholesale to the shrine to Reimu? Easy. Showing gratitude to someone who helped me out is good manners. Exactly. There's a compress in there, so put it on the bump on your head. Oh, I thought I felt throbbing. I won't let violence take me over again. Wouldn't be the first time. Someone else tried that too, and then they got horribly beaten. Always follow the rules. Especially in Gensokyo, where there are no rules. Phew, looks like we finally made it to the village around here. A few small dilapidated fences stood on the rough ground. Likely the border between the village and the wasteland. Past the fence were 3 or so crude huts in a worn-out Japanese building. Oh, is that a temple? It's very compact. Huh, I wonder who lives here. Reimu Mitama went through a gap in the fence and into the village. Not a single ephemeral was outside. Reimu tilted her head. It's pretty deserted. Several black shadows came from the temple. Ephemerals of the village. They came up to Reimu and bowed deeply. Welcome, traveler. We can't offer you any help, but please relax. Thank you. Is there a place we can rest? Sounds very similar to the place we were just at. I don't know. Seems a little suspicious. When asked by Reimu, the ephemeral pointed to a hut on the right. In that case, use the house there. It's not occupied right now. Now then, we have an important errand, so we'll be going. The ephemerals turned on their heels and hurried back toward the temple. Important errand? What could it be? Shall we follow them? Yeah, I'm curious. As they approached the temple, they could hear voices coming from inside. What's with the mumbling? Sounds like a sutra reading. Even in this wasteland, people are still practicing Buddhism. They approached the temple, they could hear voices coming from inside. What's with the mumbling? Sounds like a sutra reading. The infernals entered the temple, looking inside after them. There were many sitting upright, chanting sutras and scrubbing the floor. Reimu and Mitama watched from the doorway for a while. They never stopped, seeming to relentlessly push themselves. Wow, no slackers. Like stoic monks. They're insane. They don't need to polish it so much. The floor is already sparkling. Reimu spoke with dismay and Mitama looked at it questioningly. Hold it! Hold it! Aren't those people just polishing the same spot over and over? Listen very, very closely. They're just repeating the same part of the sutra. Well, I guess when Byakuran's not around, you know, things just kind of get out of hand. Hey, can I ask something? Yes, what is it? Infermo, recognizing her voice, stopped scrubbing and looked up. What exactly are you all doing here? We're reading the same sutra and cleaning the same spot. Oh, we're doing some introspection. Introspection? Looking up at Reimu, the Infermo nodded emphatically. To repent for past sins, and to never repeat the same mistakes again. Voluntarily introspect and confront our sins. Those words, the Infermo began polishing the shiny floor again. Well, I think they're repeating the same action over and over again. One might even call it a mistake. And we let out an uncomfortable sigh as she stepped outside. I don't know what sins they committed, but they're very self-punishing. Seems strict. I don't think you'd get along. What does that mean? Well, I've never gone along with infernals. That's true. After exchanging light banter with Mitama, Reimu exhaled again. Well, it's none of my business. I've got somewhere to rest, so I'll do what I have to do. Well then, let's go and collect the Mitama cards in this area. They leave in a relaxed mood far different from that of the infernals. Okay, this place I would imagine has a good variety of music. Lots of songs to pick from here. This... Where's song details? This isn't the one I think it is it? Ooh, it might be... This might be Eurobeat. Just pointing it out there right now, it might be Eurobeat. Drain rate is somewhat increased. Okay, well we need a different card then, for sure. Where's the one I had? Loss amount is slightly decreased. Let's go with that then. If it's by DJ Command, this is probably the song I'm thinking of. Aw, it cuts off like half the song. I'm not surprised. It's a fairly long song, like 6-7 minutes, but that's unfortunate. I did it! Holy shit! Okay, I'm gonna chalk it up to like having played that song so much in Osu. Not to mention like listening to it outside of rhythm games as well. I think this is, aside from unofficial, you know, chartings of it like in Osu, this is probably the only actual rhythm game it's been in. That's probably one of my best scores in ages, especially for 23. Hell yeah. I love that song, so glad it's in here. What else do we have here? I mean, there's a number of really good songs I could have picked from for this. This one's probably Emotional Skyscraper, likely. Although I don't recognize this one. Oh, it's only at 15? I don't know if I'm... I took a look at a lunatic. The lunatics are actually insane. I don't know if I want to do a lunatic. I'm not ready to go that far. It's like twice the density of any hard. Don't let the numbers fool you. Gain rate is slightly decreased. Whenever you receive a miss on a note, score is somewhat decreased. Well, that happens anyway, no? You go down in rank when you miss. Oh, it starts like instantly. You can already see the notes. I've definitely never heard this remix before, but I like it already. Why did I do that? What the hell? I just like, I didn't see that it was like a hold note for some reason. I was stuck in scale mode. And then that note I was just colorblind. No excuses on that one. Yeah, I figured that was going to be a pretty easy time. I feel like I somehow got a worse score on that than I did on the Eurobeat in the previous one. Actually, can I see what my record was of the last one? Or do records in this mode not count for anything? We go here. We click on it. Does it show score anywhere? Details, maybe? Nope. No, it doesn't. Doesn't show. Oh, it shows your. Yeah, I got a. Okay, there it is. I got an S rank and 18 million. Where, meanwhile, I got like a B on this 15. These are like all the same. Okay, I guess we can go with one of those. 23. What was that 23 referred to? Is that just like overall difficulty of the stage? This one doesn't even have an easy mode. Oh no. Normal groove gauge drain rate is somewhat increased when you equipped atomic card is red. Timing for regular notes moderately reduced. And I've got yellow. So we're probably fine. It's an 18. How bad could it be? Even if there is no easy or medium. You know, considering like the difficulty, how it feels like it's gotten easier throughout the night, I wonder if I did these in like the wrong order. Maybe there is like a slight order to them all. I'm starting to think there might be. Oh no! Panicked. I don't think that would have been full combo anyways. I'm pretty sure that's not my first miss. That wasn't too bad. Oh, that ended early. Look how much is left on the progress meter. Like another 15 seconds worth. It was just silence too. It wasn't even like there was music there or anything. Weird. Okay, did we get anything from that? I guess maybe we need more stages. Okay, what's another one we haven't done? Oh, this one's a new song. What song are we doing here? Oh, okay. I'm not surprised they didn't pick Yosis. That would have been... I don't know about that one. That might not fit the tone of the game. Why does she look like a boy here? The hair is like completely wrong. But okay. Wait, what's the gimmick? Oh, score goes down on miss. I don't care. That's fine. Score doesn't matter. The groove gauge matters. Score does not affect groove gauge. Oh, I like this song though. The source material for this like remix is like perfect for this kind of genre of music. Like it was almost written to be that way, but it doesn't actually sound anything like this kind of rhythm in the game. Okay, I'm really hoping with the second batch of unlocks in this area, we get Galaxy Collapse. There's a slight chance it could happen. If Galaxy Collapse was in this, this would be like the perfect song list. We got everything else. We've checked all the other boxes. Haven't been to the Scarlet Devil Mansion yet, have we? I don't think that's been an area. Have we been to the Scarlet Devil Mansion? Oh, we have. Okay, it wasn't even... we didn't get, like, all the... It's okay, it's not perfect, because we didn't get, like, all the songs that would have been there. Okay, what's another one of these we need to do? We have 3 stages. Okay, we haven't done a Danmaku once. I guess that's probably what we should do. There's 2. Well, we just did this song, so I guess we'll do this one. Alright, switch to one of my... Okay, I want to see... There is a way to sort by lives. So which one gives the most amount of lives? 5. All of these give 5. Which one has, like, the most health and 5? Well, probably the one I've been using this whole time. Yeah, I guess I'll just stick with this one then. 5 seems to be the max right now. May as well just throw a little extra health in there. I feel like the scaling is starting to peter out here. No new characters yet. Very surprising. Okay, timing for regular notes somewhat reduced. Damage normally dealt by your main extra shot is somewhat decreased. Oh, well that's okay. 1,000 or more points acquired upon song completion? How do you even? You would need like insane damage to just like one-shot all the fairies, I guess. Okay, S and D. Wait, what do you mean S and D? That's not D, that's K. No wonder I've been pressing the buttons wrong ever since remapping it. Didn't change the controls on the screen. That's why I was confused. It all makes sense now. I didn't realize it. Ah! They'll come at me at once like that. Jeez. I've definitely never played the game she's from, so I don't know what her gimmick is. But I'm not liking these waves. Like they're just slightly offset. And I'm definitely fucking this up. Do you really need to get so close? Oh, okay, everything's coming from above. We're okay. That was like, we're getting point blank shots. How do you even? I can't move up and down. What are you supposed to do to dodge this? Aside from the arrows, obviously. Oh, you have to just go really wide, I guess. Oh, fuck you. Okay, good. Actually, almost beat her. Got down to the last bar. I might have been able to beat her if I used a couple bombs to just, like, cheese the spell cards. There we go. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, but we got stories, that's fine. You can always play that later in free play or something. Another memory came back while they collected Mitama cards. Once majestic building was now unprotected from the elements. The girl sat alone in the entrance hall, where the rain was pouring down. Sakuya, Amy gently calls out to the maid of the mansion. Sakuya did not glance back, keeping her face down and straining her voice. Why? There were no more vampires here. No matter how much she looked, her mistresses were nowhere to be found. The maid, left alone, clutched at the sandy debris strewn on the floor. Why? How? Raindrops fell relentlessly on Sakuya, soaking her clothes. Amy bit her lip at the sound of the tragic voice. She walked up to Sakuya and put her hand on her shaking shoulder. I'll do something about this. Before Sakuya could look up, Amy flew off with a quick glance at the sky. Ruminating over her memories, Amy returned to the ephemeral village. Looking around, she saw a few dilapidated buildings. A few fields left were in disarray, clearly not being used properly. Ephemerals likely only frequented that small temple and a few houses. Amy reconsiders. On second thought, the houses she borrowed was a mess on the verge of ruin. That it wasn't being used now. Like it had never been cleaned before. What, they neglected cleaning, houses broke apart, and now they're just praying to God to say sorry instead of actually doing something? Again, the ephemerals gathered at the temple and continued their studies. Amy caught one of the ephemerals who was sweeping the floor and asked, Hey, what's with the beat-up houses and fields in the village? Oh, they just ended up like that way at some point. We want to fix and use them, but we don't have the resources. Amy blinked in puzzlement. The resources? You mean not enough material to repair them? No, not that. Because we are sinful, we must face our sins, so we can't get around to working on the houses or the fields. That the ephemeral returned to sweeping. Oh my god. Basically, these people are reflecting so much on their sins, they've left all kinds of things unattended to. Tama laughed jokingly, but Rainbow tilted her head. Repenting so much they can't do anything else. What weighty sins did they commit? I wonder, robbery? Murder? Ignoring Mitama's disturbing words delivered so casually, Rainbow stepped forward and grabbed the arm of a seated ephemeral. Hey, what kind of bad things have you done? My sins. Well, that's... The ephemeral looked up at Rainbow, then averted its gaze and murmured, I littered. You littered. The ephemeral cowered from Rainbow and Mitama's voices and repeating in chorus. Yes, I threw my garbage away carelessly. Not even in the trash bin, just on the side of the road. Oh, why did I do such a foolish and ghastly thing? Pulling away from the trembling ephemeral, Rainbow's eyes wandered in shock. That's all? Why have you gone to these lengths? Let's ask the others. You, there, seated on the floor. What's your sin? And so, one by one, the ephemerals of the village recounted their sins. I used foul words in an argument. I trespassed on someone else's property. I said it would be sunny outside, but it was cloudy. I lied to a friend. Okay, those first two, I mean, one could argue on the first two, but the rest seem kind of ridiculous. Amy was at her wit's end with the details of the sins each confessed. Every one of them is so trivial. The ephemerals seemed seriously ashamed and remorseful of their actions. Cannot pretend the events that occurred in the past never happened, so we just have to keep on reflecting. Amy was taken aback by the ephemeral's assertion. This is foolish. What meaning is there to this pointless reflection? There are plenty of other things you should be doing instead. Well, what do you mean? Confronting your own words and actions should be a priority above all else. It's important to reflect on our sins so as not to repeat them. If you belittle reflection, you should be doing it along with us. The ephemerals gathered around, chastising Reimu, but Reimu stared back at them undaunted. Reflection, confronting sin. That all sounds nice, but you're just wasting your time on not doing what you should be doing. You seem to have a history of doing some petty misdeeds too, but I apologized as soon as I went too far and made it up to people. And, according to Mitama, it was Reimu's fault that Gensokyo fell. Her memory was full of holes, and she still didn't feel responsible. But there was one thing she learned from the memories she retrieved today. At the very least, she promised a girl named Sakuya that she'd do something. She couldn't keep her promise. What matters isn't just having remorse for your past sins, it's thinking about what you can do in the present and future. What you can do in the future? Otherwise there's no point to reflecting. So I'm going to go back to traveling, to do what I have to do. What will you do? Amy and Mitama left without waiting for an answer from the ephemerals. The ephemerals left in the village were discussing their future. I don't know what we're supposed to do, but I feel like it's not just cleaning floors like this. I think I'll go plow the fields. I'll stop reading sutras and clean up the houses, I suppose. Right. Let's stop reflecting now. Do what we can and should right now. With that settled, the Infernals went back to their own lives. Got too caught up in the past, they wouldn't care about what was going on around them. Also, apparently praying to God was like their only option. Way too caught up in religion, if you ask me. Oh, if it isn't Marissa. Do you have business at Myorin Temple? I wanted to ask you something. Has Reimu been by? Reimu? I'm afraid not. Come to think of it, I haven't seen her for a while. You too, huh? Well, good enough. I'll be off. Move it, move it! Ah! Oh my god! Whoa! Ow, ow, ow! Marissa, are you alright? Come on, Marissa. Don't run around the precinct. Sorry. Did I hurt you, Marissa? Oh, no, I'm good. What's the big rush? Joe asked me to do something. I need to get to the mountains before dark. Marissa, an urgent errand is no reason to be careless like that. You don't look where you're going. You'll hurt someone, or yourself, and... Eesh, this is gonna be a long lecture. Better get going quick. Of course, understood. Head priest, if you would take this. Fine, you may go. Thank you. I'll be off now. Wait. What was that paper? You're not gonna lecture? No need. This is enough. What's this? Let's see. Letter of self-reflection? She already had one written up? It's like when the teacher asks you to, like, write something on the board 500 times, but you just have it already done. Like, you just bring up a picture on your phone, it's like, already done. Like, pre-repenting for your actions. Yes, this is proof that Marissa is reflected on her reckless running. It's a waste of time giving a lecture each time a follower is careless. I'd sooner it was put toward training or work, so we adopted this method. By writing these in advance, they can move on right after their misdeed. Doesn't that just, like, give them a free pass to do whatever? If they could just hand a paper? Like, I don't know, you spend an hour or whatever before bed just, like, writing up all these apology notes, and then you just have, like, a bunch sitting around and you can do whatever the fuck you want. It's like, oh, sorry, and you just hand one out. That's kinda big brain, if you ask me. Yes, the less time I spend on that, the more I can get to what needs doing. Besides, it encourages more meaningful and voluntary reflection this way. Right. Well, if you say so. Well, lectures are hard on both sides, as long as it works for the temple. Please take this, if you would. It's a self-reflection form for the temple. You should fill it out in advance so you can reflect on your misdeeds quickly. Oh, thanks. There's two of them, though. One is for Reimu. Please give it to her when you see her. Yeah, she's gonna need one. Me, I have nothing to reflect on. I'll try filling it out if I feel like it. See ya. Wait, this? Won't get in trouble even if I don't return my book, right? Nice. Once I find Reimu, we'll fill them out together. I don't think they're applicable outside of the temple, but, okay. Oh, we have to go to the human village, right? Since we did kind of complete the sector, I guess. Reimu's legs wobbled as she walked through the wasteland with Mitama. Hey, Reimu, are you alright? Yet had stumbled in the sand, her vision flickered, and her lost memories began to reappear in her mind. Amy's legs crumpled. She lost her equilibrium and fell flat on her side. Mitama, her hair and sleeves were splayed out on the dune, the edges of her fallen red shoes buried in the sand. And struggling to breathe, headache, weak legs. Still, couldn't just stay there. Heavy sounds of huge objects falling could be heard everywhere. Knelt before the shrine, Reimu opened her misty eyes and looked at the sky. Above her, cut off by trees, was an abhorrently clear blue. I have to go. I have to protect them. The wobbly step, Reimu tried to extend her hand to fly again, but it was seized by a girl in a pointy black hat. Wait, you can barely stand. Let me go. No, don't be crazy. Stop this, Reimu. Ugh. She was being reckless. She knew her body was at its limit, but she had to do it. Then, what are we supposed to do? Well, we can't do anything at all. Patience burned in her throat. She glared at Marissa with her hoarse cry. Lost for words, Marissa bit her lip in frustration. The hand that held Reimu back tightened. Let me go. But Reimu shook it off with all her might. Marissa's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Sand whirled along in the wind. It blew between Reimu and Marissa and gradually increased in quantity. Damn, are you kidding? Listening to Marissa's groans, Reimu's eyes opened wide as well. Marissa's hand on the one she'd just shaken off was beginning to lose its form. It crumbled from her fingertips, sand spilling out and dancing in the wind. Miss Reimu, I don't feel so good. Marissa. Marissa was turning to sand before Reimu's eyes. Marissa's intense gaze pierced Reimu as she stood there. She slowly opened her mouth, and that's where the memory stopped. What, someone find the fucking infinity gems or something? They just got Thanos stamped. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe she had the infinity gauntlet. That's why she caused this. Just got like tired of Marissa's bullshit and was just like, fuck it. I want to destroy everything and just like snap the gauntlet. Reimu had come back too and pulled herself upright out of the sand. Gohei had fallen to the ground just then, but Reimu didn't notice, brushing the sand off of it herself. Wow. Big sigh. The thing I just remembered was a bit much. Mitama floated eye level to her. Reimu stared vacantly at its faint blue flicker. Wonder why I was arguing with that Marissa girl. And why did she... Muttering softly, she sorted through her regained memories. Disease not even Moon Tech could cure. People being spirited away, she felt she was starting to see what had happened in Gensokyo. I still don't understand why Gensokyo was destroyed. Something terrible was happening, but I have no idea what. It wasn't really my fault, was it? When asked, Mitama simply replied in its usual light tone. You'll have to remember everything if you want the answer. Reimu glared at Mitama for a while, but then abruptly averted her gaze. Well, I guess so. Let's go. Okay then. Shall we head for the next spot? Reimu and Mitama resumed their journey once more. A wind blew at their backs. A cloud of dust rose up and the sand on the ground flowed like liquid, erasing the traces of Reimu's fall. The Gohei she had dropped was swallowed up in the wave as well. She's not gonna need that, is she? Oh, more plot. Oh, the other side. I think we still don't know when this takes place. Because, like, they were already disappeared. But, like, I thought everything else was disappearing. So when would this have happened? Why? Why? Why can't I find Reimu? Maybe she's going out of her way to avoid me. No. Even then, something's off. No one's reported seeing her at all. No one's even crossed paths with her. Really, what's going on? I mean, she only checked Gensokyo. What if she went out of world? Maybe she went to hell. Maybe she went to purgatory, the netherworld. Fuck it, maybe she went to the moon. I don't know. There's like lots of places she could be that isn't here. But I saw a shadow by that tree just now. Could it be Reimu? No one's there. Really thought I saw someone's shadow. I felt a nostalgic presence too. That could be Reimu, or it could be someone else that she knows. Maybe I'm tired and seeing things aren't there. Maybe I'll rest in the shade here a bit. Or they could go in another direction that I just kind of thought of, but I don't know about that one. That one's a bit of a stretch. Huh? Something's fallen by the roots of the tree. What is this? A stick? Oh. Are we really doing the parallel world thing, are we? Oh, it's too straight to be a stick. There's this raggedy paper at the tip. Doesn't this kind of look like Reimu's Gohei? There you are, Marissa. Thank goodness I caught up to you. Mason, what's up? I have a report for you. See, it's about this old round stone. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Ask Coding to investigate that yin-yang orb. I heard. After much back and forth, word finally reached the master. The Scarlet Devil Mansion maid brought this to us. She said she heard about it from Mortia's shrine. Asane got it since she goes to the shop. And there might even be more people involved. Well, forget the minutiae. What do you have to report? I'll start from the conclusion. This orb is likely one that was not used by Reimu. Then where'd it come from? The Matama god? We were able to determine approximately how long it had been buried in the ground. That's moon tech for you. So, how many years has it been buried? 500 years at minimum. 500? We can assume it's been in the ground for at least that long. I see. I thought it was rather old, but I had no idea it was that ancient. So this orb must not belong to Reimu, provided she doesn't own anything like a Pandora's box. At any rate, doesn't seem to be a clue to finding Reimu. I want to tell you that. Got it. Sorry to bother you, Grayson. Please, thank Edding for me too. "500 years ago, huh? Well, I'm sure it has nothing to do with Reimu. Same with this beat-up Gohei. Huh? What? It crumbled. Just trying to lift it gently. Wait, what if, like, she went back to the past? But why would the past be a desert wasteland? But what if... I'm sure it's not true, but in the 1 in a million chance it is. Okay, new theory here. With, like, Gensokyo... Maybe Gensokyo is, like, time-locked. Well, Reimu's out in the desert. Everything else is, like, time-locked. And... I don't know how the 500-year thing might happen, but maybe that's why things just left there, like, eventually come in, but it takes, like, a long-ass time somehow, and, like, time passes for the object. Like, going through whatever crazy barrier is, like, separating Gensokyo from the desert. This yin-yang orb and the Gohei really belong to Reimu? So then, Reimu is... She's already... nowhere to be found in this world. Well, there's one other place you can check, right? Damn it. Hey, where are you? Come out already, Reimu. I mean, if she's dead, there's only one place she could be. And now we're gonna go and check there. Why is heaven, like, high-tech? The fuck? Excuse me? The hell is going on up there? Hades. Is that what we're translating this to? I don't know how I feel about that translation. Should have just, like, left it alone. I mean, we're not translating yokai. We're leaving that one alone. Well, we're not translating any of these other names. Why did this get translated to Hades? The fuck? What a weird choice that was. I've never seen that. Never seen this translated to Hades before. They pushed on through a sandstorm, unable to see ahead beyond a few steps. Soon they see a gloomy village with a huge rotting tree in the center. Looks like we finally made it to civilization. What a relief. Amy removed the handkerchief covering her mouth and murmured in relief. Rather bleak place. Well, looks like it's always been that way. Damn, what happened to the tree? Holy shit, it overgrew like crazy. Noticed something as she entered the village. She could see ephemeral people here and there, but there was no one talking. It's quiet. You're right. She conversed with Mitama as she approached one of the ephemerals. Pardon, I'd like to ask about the location of the inn. Before Reimu could finish, the ephemeral turned and went away. Maybe they didn't hear me. Maybe. Let's ask someone else. Hello. Could you tell me where the inn is? She called out to another ephemeral, but they too did not stop to listen. Could they be ignoring me? Maybe you're just quiet. Try being a little louder next time. Reimu leapt directly in front of a passing ephemeral and raised her voice. Pardon, I want to know where the inn is. Ephemeral glanced at Reimu with irritation, but in the end said nothing and walked off. They're totally ignoring me. What's this all about? That one definitely hurt you. No one here talk? I'm so ticked off. As Reimu was complaining, Ephemeral fell down in front of her. Ow. Pain and Ephemeral was surrounded by their scattered belongings. But though the nearby Ephemerals looked at the fallen villager from afar, no one attempted to help him out. Are you okay? Reimu quickly ran over and helped pick up its belongings. The Ephemeral gave a quick word of thanks and took its things from Reimu. Reimu quickly grabbed its arm. Wait, I just helped you, right? Ephemeral about to turn on their heel, looked on with a troubled face. I won't even ask you to thank me, just help me out a little bit. I'd like to stay here for a while, but I don't know where the inn is. Please tell me where it is. You can do that much for me, right? Reimu smiled as she gripped them tightly by the arm. He opened its mouth hesitantly, perhaps yielding to Reimu's pressure. There's no inn here. If you want to stay, use a vacant house. Really? Why didn't anyone just tell me that? Aren't the people of this village cold? No one helped when you fell, and that got ignored 3 times. We're not cold. We just don't want to get involved with people. Why? Ephemeral sighed deeply at the earnest look on Reimu's eyes. Sheesh, there used to be daily quarrels among the residents here. Everyone just got tired of it. So we stopped fighting and vowed not to interfere with each other. So you don't even talk now? Ephemeral nodded at Mitama's question. Thanks to that, we live in peace now. If we don't talk to each other, we can't fight, of course. This village, leaving people alone is a kindness. Just speaking, it shook off Reimu's hand. You can stay here if you want, but leave us alone. That, the Ephemeral left. No, there's no kindness to it at all. What kind of excuse is that? Contrasting with Reimu's scrunched up face, Mitama was as carefree as ever. Well, for now, let's find an empty house. The sun will set pretty soon. Reimu still held on to an inexplicable feeling, but followed Mitama as if led by the hand. Soon after, they found a tiny little house that seemed uninhabited. This place empty? Hello? Does anyone know? Reimu asked the people around her, but no one answered. From the looks of it, no one lives here. What do we do? Forget it. Let's just do what we want. We're borrowing this house. She barged inside. Reimu slammed the door shut, frustrated that no one had answered. Not talking could get you in trouble. Like, what if there was someone in there and she just barged in on them? Ooh, Prison River song. That sounds good. What time is it? Okay, we can do a couple more. I don't know if we'll finish this area, but we might leave it like half complete. I do like me some Phantom Ensemble. See what this remix is like. Blue card equipped. Timing is moderately reduced. I guess I need... Oh, I do have a blue one equipped. Okay. Well, all the more excuse to go back to the usual. And then score on misses. Well, who cares about that? I don't. If I want score, I'll go do that in free play, where gimmicks and cards don't matter. This is not the kind of remix I expected for this song. Yeah, I'd kind of like bullshit my way through that. I need to be careful though. Can't afford too many more mistakes like that. Whoops. Speaking of mistakes. Okay. Oh, that was too close. I thought I was good. We were at the end. I was like, oh, there's no way it's gonna get harder now. I totally made it past the hard part. Then it threw like that last measure at me. Oh, that was quick to unlock stuff. Oh, it's just more of the same, just different missions, I guess. Okay, what else do we have in here? Oh, that's a interesting choice to put here. Oh, we don't get to go to the mausoleum then? That's weird. Okay, why don't we'll do a Danmaku then. Boss enemies will fire high-powered shots. Damage normally dealt by your option shot is somewhat decreased. I'm just gonna take like way more damage. Well, I guess I better get good at dodging then. Even one of the missions is like, no, you gotta have like a specific card, because you need more than 5 lives at the end from one of them. This doesn't seem too bad so far. Oh, never mind. Appreciate being able to concentrate on that section instead of having to try and play the rhythm game. Okay, her spell cards are one of the reasons I cannot beat Perfect Cherry Blossom. But then again, that pretty much describes like every game's like stage 5 boss. At least we don't have to worry about the part where she shoots the bullets from the bottom of the screen. I see what we're doing. We're getting like the top half of the spell card where she shoots from the bottom. I mean, we can't really dodge the bomb because we're already stuck at the bottom of the screen, so makes sense why they don't have it in here. Oh, not even close on beating her. I think I just need more power. I had max power. Still wasn't enough. Maybe I just need like a maxed out card equipped. I mean, this is Area 3. I should not be surprised. We have Border of Life, but like normal? No? That's weird. Well, I guess we're doing more Danmaku. Wait, why Sheen silhouette? Boy, I wonder who this could be. High-powered shots. Miss. Boss enemy life is slightly recovered on misses? Oh. Timing for regular notes is moderately reduced. Oh, great. Unless this is secretly a fight with the tree itself. which I guess it could be. And we get 4 key. Now to put the new controls to the real test. Yeah, nope, this looks right. Hate it already, thanks. I'm starting to get the hang of the controls. I'm glad I remapped them. Just like, now I have to actually do 4 key and it's like, no. Okay, I mean, I survived. That probably wasn't the real goal, of course, but it's good enough for me. I'll take it. Didn't even finish a single health bar. Actually, I know she started with 3, I'm pretty sure. I think I did it. That wasn't too bad considering it's 4 key. Imagine if I left the controls how I had them, with the defaults, for some stupid reason. I beat a challenge that didn't even exist. I beat the secret challenge. It's so secret, I don't even know what I did. That's how secret it is. Ugh, so hungry. Food, please, someone. Reimu was walking through the village, her steps unsteady. Can't believe there's no inn and no shops. Hey, Reimu, look out! Fence of someone's house where Reimu her hand was falling. Reimu, who was leaning her weight against it, collapsed along with it. I can't make any sense of this on keyboard. Controller's still a little acceptable since it's 4 shoulder buttons. You don't even... Do you move on controller? Like, is it with, like, a control stick? Because there's no way to remap that part, so I wasn't sure if, like, it had auto assist or something stupid like that. I cannot understand how people play rhythm games with controllers, so, you know what? I get where you're coming from, just in the opposite direction. Because, I only play rhythm games with keyboards or, like, specially designed controllers. So, the way I have it set up for keyboard, when I finally had the epiphany to make something sane, is I map movement to the shift keys. If you've ever played DJ Max, think of it like the side notes in DJ Max. Because it's basically, if you think about it, yes, it looks like Catch the Beat from Osu. But when you think about it, if you play it right, it's basically just DJ Max, like a 4-key DJ Max with the 2 side notes. And you usually use shift for those keys. And yes, a lot of the time, you have to be able to play all 4 keys and also hold the shift buttons down. So it's technically 6 key, but it's the same idea. Especially for Danmaku stage. Yeah, it's still really tricky because it's like you're playing a completely different game in the middle and then you're still playing the rhythm game on the sides. But now that I've like sanely mapped the controls, I feel like I might be able to get the hang of it eventually. It's really cool though. I've always wondered how you could possibly combine like the gameplay of a bullet hell with like a rhythm game, and I think this game does it very well. Even keeps like the shooting aspect, which I didn't even think was possible. Ow! Oh, the fence collapsed. What do we do now? Try to be a little worried about me. I don't have the energy to fix it. I'll apologize after I get some food. And when Mitama trudged away from the scene, felt the eyes of the infernals on her, but none approached. I sense food somewhere. As if being pulled in, Reimu wandered ahead, coming to someone's field of colorful vegetables. The eggplants, cucumbers, and tomatoes practically sparkled in Reimu's hungry eyes. Well, it looks so good. Hey, can I eat these? Somebody! Reimu called out to a nearby infernal, but of course, there was no answer. You play 8 key on DJ Max? Holy shit. I barely play 6 key on DJ Max. I couldn't imagine playing 8 key yet. This game's helping me get good at 6 key though. I like that it kind of encourages you to play it by basically forcing it on you half the time. I mean, you can always play the easier difficulties, but I try and play the hard stuff because it's a nice difficulty for me. 6 key or not. Just gave me an idea on a keyboard set. Default but shift buttons from it. Yeah, exactly. Becomes DJ Max portable 3 playstyle. Yeah, like I think if you it's weird to think about it that way because like usually in a game like a bullet hell like Touhou, you wouldn't think to split up the movement keys like that. It looks weird, but if you think of it more as a rhythm game, it makes a lot more sense. And to me, it's like I still have to wrap my brain around the idea of like, okay, left and right on completely different sides of the keyboard, but it makes sense and it feels really comfortable to use. Enough of this. Reimu reached for a bright red ripe tomato and hastily bit into it. You're stealing. Reimu didn't stop despite the cold look from the fireball beside her. I'll just pay for it later. It's better than me dying of starvation. Reimu's cries echoed uselessly in the quiet village. Reimu rubbed her full belly and performed the Danmaku Kagura in the wasteland nearby. There, all done. I'm going to quickly gather the Mitama cards, do the Reigen Kaisei, and get the hell out of this village. Mitama card in hand, Reimu was about to leave when a memory came to her. In her static-filled memory, she was flying above Gensokyo. She looked further up in the sky, far above the ground. From the heavens, huge structures were pouring down like rain. Sheesh, does this never end? Unzan, keep it up. We'll hold them off here. Beside her, Ichinen, Kumoi, and Unzan smashed the falling ruins into pieces. They were destroying the ruins in the sky to protect the people below. Thought it suddenly end without knowing the cause. It was unlikely to stop. What in the world is going on? Reimu complained in a whisper. She looked down for a moment, and just then, a huge ruin was looming just overhead, about to crush Reimu. This has made you good at SC charts? Yeah, that's another difficulty I don't play. I play a few SC charts, but only 4K. There's no way I'm playing like a 6-key SC chart. Level 28 here is like SC 7 tier, none are DJ Max boss tier. So the only DJ Max game I really had a chance to play is V, or DJ Max Respect V. Is there what games have like boss songs in them, or is there like boss songs in that game? I didn't know DJ Max had like boss music of that sort, but I guess I could imagine some of them probably have a more structured progression system. Like when I think of boss music, I'm thinking of like the single player modes from DDR, like old DDR games like Supernova and Extreme and X even. Reimu, look out! Ichinen had noticed, but it was too late. Just when it seemed about to engulf her, it shattered. When she looked up in surprise, she saw Yugi Hoshiguma there. Made it just in the nick of time. Thank you, Yugi. But what are you doing on the surface? I heard from Kassen that things are bad here. Came to help. Yugi swinging her fist in the air was a reassuring sight. Never thought I'd see a hell yokai in a place like this. But, well, your super strength definitely is reassuring in this situation. I'm not going down without a fight. Shoot them all down, Unzan. Haha, wonderful. Since I came all this way from the underworld, why don't we see who can destroy more of them? Yugi laughed boldly and then turned to Reimu. Now's the time to step it up. Even this great rain will someday cease. Right, Hakure Shrine Maiden? Yes, you're right. You have to be right. Reimu looked up at the sky again. Her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Boss here is like Poopa? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. Like the really hard stuff, like basically 15 star. No, that makes sense. I guess it's just different terminology than I'm used to. I only call it boss songs when it's like a literal boss song, because if you think about it if you think of some of the songs from like old DDR games, they were actually used as boss songs because you had the level structure of such a game that would have bosses. Like as a kid, I grew up playing a lot of like Supernova and later on like um, Hottest Party 1 and 2 on the Wii, and they all had like single player like progression modes to them. And yeah, you finish off an area and then you get like the really cool songs, and those were considered the boss songs because that's literally what they were. Amy suddenly regained consciousness, feeling the sandy wind on her cheek. That's right. Ruins were falling from the sky, but Amy's murmuring drifted away on the wind into the void. Back at the village, she found an ephemeral shouting in front of a field. My vegetables are gone. Who did this? Why? Amy, that's... Amy stopped Mitama mid-sentence and approached the ephemeral. Did I tell you who stole your vegetables? Who are you? Wait, you know who did it? Yes, I can tell you, but... Will you share some food with me in exchange? Oh my god. Fucking best deal ever right here. Steals someone's vegetables and then asks for more food in exchange for the truth. Where she steals vegetables. After the ephemeral hemmed and hawed, they offered Amy some vegetables in exchange for the information. Thanks. Then I'll tell you. I took your vegetables. Me. What? Too bad no one told you about it, even though there were witnesses. I'll bring the money for what I took without permission later. I'll take these vegetables as promised, though. Amy left, leaving the stunned ephemeral behind. Sycophobia, 75% of the song list, 100%. Yeah, that's kind of why I moved on to 6 key as well. I was kind of just... 4 key is still fun. I like playing it. It's satisfying. But yeah, I kind of moved on to 6 key for similar reasons. There's only so many times you can play your favorite songs before it's like, I need something new. Some new challenge here, right? The highest tier just badly created its Osu terrain. Oh my god, finally. I'm so glad you agree. I hate Osu Mania. It is like the worst BSRG I've ever played, and people defend the shit out of it. I fucking hate that mode. It's so badly made. The only good charts in Osu Mania end at like 2.5 star. Anything above that is just like you're slamming your face on the keyboard. And that's how you win. I don't understand how people consider that good charting. It's just like it's just jacks, and it's just like constant mashing. Fucking hate that. I've played Osu Mania a few times. I'll go back to it once in a while, but if anytime it's like I don't play it a lot because I don't have a lot of songs that stick to like the good range where it's like actually sane and logical charting. You can't play anything higher than like 3 star on that because it just becomes stupid. It's 8,000 charts in the game, no big deal. Wait, you talking about Osu or something else? Because I mean, if you're talking about Osu, I've got way more than 8,000. AK 2K on each button mode. Oh yeah, true. I'm guessing you're talking about DJ Max then? There's not that many in DJ Max, is there? Like, respect? I mean, I have all the DLC, I just never thought about it, but maybe you're right. Do the craziest things like they're nothing. It's the fault of this village for always turning a blind eye. Compared to that, I'm the kind of person for actually telling them. Amy snorted as she carefully held the vegetables she received. In another place, an ephemeral lamented in front of a broken fence. Who broke it? Why did this happen to me? Amy quickly approached the ephemeral. I know who broke it. In exchange for telling you, can we have some travel supplies? Amy received the supplies and then told the ephemeral matter-of-factly, sorry, I broke it. I'll pay for it later. Thanks for these. Amy thought she heard a confused voice behind her, but she didn't care. I was so hungry that I was almost blacking out, so I totally forgot I broke that fence. When Amy arrived back at the empty house, she saw an angry ephemeral. Who ransacked my place while I was away? Damn it, someone just let themselves in. Oh my, that house wasn't empty after all. Seems so. No one told me, so it's not my fault. Okay, you know what? I'll defend her on that one. No one did tell her. They just said to pick an empty house. House was empty. She asked if it was occupied. No one said anything. So Amy stood boldly before the homeowner, saying that same line. Hey, I know who messed up your empty house. In exchange, hold it. When Amy turned around in surprise, there were 2 ephemerals. The one whose vegetables were stolen, and the one whose fence fell. So pissed off I had to follow you. Why are you doing this? Don't you feel guilty for tricking people? Oh dear, where did all that non-interference stuff go? Amy sneered at them. You guys can't just pretend you didn't see anything. You knew I thought this place was empty and used it for myself. Isn't that right? About that. The pair who followed her were at a loss for words. She was right. There were witnesses for the fence and the vegetables, but none of them ever tried to tell you. And you said that non-interference stuff was a kindness. He glared at the infirmals who had come to see the commotion, and a number of them averted their eyes awkwardly. Reimu continued despite their silence. Getting involved with people is a pain in the ass. Trouble always follows. You're not being nice at all, you're just running away from it. No one even tries to help when they see someone in trouble. After saying her piece, Reimu grew slightly more composed. Well, I was at fault too. I've collected some firewood there, so forgive me for what I've done, okay? Talk it out and share it among yourselves. With that, Reimu quickly packed her bags and left the village. Tama followed in a panic. They quickly disappeared from sight, lost in the sand. The infirmals looked at each other and awkwardly opened their mouths. Sorry. Intended not to see that she thought your house was empty and took up residence. Well, it's fine. I'm sure I would have done the same thing. Shouldn't ignore people in trouble. Forgot that simple truth, huh? In the future, let's talk to each other more. Though it might lead to arguments, still, we can't run away from interacting with others. We should pay attention to each other as fellow residents. Perhaps the infirmals had undergone a change of heart, but gradually the sound of voices were heard in the once quiet village. You have a Excel spreadsheet for DJ Max charts? Damn. If only I could make something like that for my Osu charts. Or my Osu maps. I have like 200,000 though, it would not end well. Or sorry, that's 200,000 individual chart sets. I would need like 3 times as many for each individual difficulty. I don't like that they translate this as Hades. It's Haku Gokuro. Hades makes no sense. Hades implies hell. Like, there's not even a place called Hades in Greek mythology. Why did they call this place Hades? And why Greek? We just default to Greek and English? Is that what we do? I don't like that name. That name's weird. I'll take Lumia with an L over whatever they decided here. Oh my god, you even have a link to it. Holy shit. What is this? Jeez. That's insane. How much work did that take? Oh, I even got like calculators and shit for this? That's kind of cool. That's why you can just like use this to search for different difficulties, whatever you feel like playing. See, I don't... Usually when I play DJ Max, I just like endlessly shuffle through the songs until I hear something that I'm feeling. And then I play whatever music speaks to me in that very moment. And then move on to something else. I'm never usually looking for like a specific difficulty or song half the time. Although, I mean, there's a few songs I'll always go back to, but... When it comes to rhythm games, I just play whatever I feel like. But that's pretty cool. Hades nuts. Oh my god. See, exactly. The stupid jokes we can make because they translate it as Hades. I hate this. I blame this game. That joke wouldn't have existed if this game, you know, had a better translation. At least for this one specific word. Amy's not here either, huh? Still, the scenery here is beautiful. Maybe I'll take a break under the cherry blossoms. Please stop. What the? Scream? Came from the mansion. Let me check it out. What? Who would be screaming here? There's like 2 people in the mansion. Oh, why is Kotaka here? Oh, wait, never mind. I see what's going on here. Yomu's just standing there, not doing anything. Just letting this happen. Okay. Well then, did anything good happen recently? At work in your personal life? I heard the Shinigami Kamachi got a raise. Do you have any stories, Miss Iwatari? I don't have anything to tell you. I was just here 3 days ago. You mean 3 whole days, not just 3 days. A lot can happen in 3 days, right? your skirt is frayed. Change into this new one. Here. Both of you are way too close. Someone help! What in the world is going on? Why, Marissa, it's been a while. How are you? Did anything good or bad happen recently? Are they just that bored? I mean, I guess I would be too if I was, like, stuck in purgatory for all eternity. Come sit down. It doesn't matter how trivial. Please, just tell us all about it. Either way, it seems Miss Niwatari forgot something recently and got scolded by the Yama. Please stop going around talking about others' mistakes. Hey, you guys, settle down. Still haven't figured out what's going on. Huh? Rissa, you've lost some weight. Are you eating properly? Yomu, prepare a meal. Understood, Lady Yuyuko. I'll go prepare a feast. Rissa, wait for it. I'm not even hungry. Hey, listen to me. Community you're still working on it? Damn, that's pretty sick. Back to work and be an ephemeral. Oh, well. That's unfortunate. I guess, I'll try and enjoy work, hopefully. Can be annoying and boring sometimes, but, you know, when I get stuck at work and it's boring, I just, like, think about all the cool things I'm gonna get to do afterwards, and then that sometimes motivates me to continue doing the boring parts of work. Ugh, they fed me until I was stuffed. What's going on with them? Lately, they're like this whenever I come to Hades. They're excessively concerned about me. Oh, that's such a cruel way to put it. It's all because we're thinking of you. That's right. Lady Yuyuko and I are worried about you too. If we pay attention, we'll notice if anything is wrong, so it gives us peace of mind. Yomu and myself check on each other every day, you know. That's right, Lady Yuyuko. Anyway, we won't let the tiniest bit of information go lest we overlook something. Oh, well then. Do you guys know anything about Reimu? I've been looking for her, but I can't find her. I'll even take a rumor at this point. About Reimu? Right. Actually, I haven't heard a thing, even though she seems like the type with tons of rumors. I haven't seen her for a while either, and she wasn't at the shrine when I visited. I see. Well, sorry about that. Let me know if you hear anything. I'm sure she would have seen her if she, like, passed through hell, right? I guess she's probably not there. Hey, seriously, where did you go? No one even has gossip about you. It's like... Rissa, take this. Pressed cherry blossoms? They're really beautiful. Why give them to me? I want you to give them to Reimu. Can I trouble you to do so? And the both of you should drop by Hades next time. Come relax and look at the flowers. Oh, thank you. Right. If we don't hurry, all of the blossoms will fall. Okay, I'll be off then. Looking forward to the flower viewing. See you. I'll prepare something special for you two, so don't leave me waiting too long. I hope you find Reimu safe and sound. I'll be on my way too then. Oh my, I haven't finished talking with you. I can give you more tea, so take it easy. I'm surprised she's not trying to eat her, but I feel like, you know, she's probably thinking about it in the back of her mind. She needs to get out of here before it's too late. Oh, I'll pass. Don't pour me more tea. Just you wait, Reimu. I really am gonna find you for sure. So what we have left here? So we have heaven, we have the mountain, we have the Moriya Shrine. I'm guessing that's probably where all the... What we're gonna get, like, the Tori song and Aya, maybe? Heaven's gonna be interesting. There's some good stuff there, although there's not, like, a whole lot you could do here. That could be where they just stick all the fighting game music. Well, I think we're gonna end it here for today, though, because it's pretty late. Let's make sure this saves. Yeah, it's like, what time is it? Oh, it's already past 12. Yeah, well, we'll end it here for today. I don't know how many more sections of this, but we'll at least finish this section off next time. I'm really starting to get into the story, actually. Really want to see where this goes. It's actually pretty interesting. I mean, Touhou plots are usually pretty nothing, as like funny or silly as they are. There's not like anything, there's no depth to them, but this one's pretty good. It's a fun little mystery so far, and the gameplay's great. Just a really good rhythm game. I'm really glad this turned out okay, because I've been looking forward to it for like literal years at this point. But that'll be it for now. There will not be a stream this Friday because I will be away, so unfortunately no Minecraft. But next Monday we will start a brand new game, go back to some Metroidvania type stuff, and Tuesday we'll also start another brand new game. I cannot remember what I put down. Oh yeah, it's Pokemon DLC. We're gonna do Pokemon DLC first, and then I've got some other things. If you check out the schedule, my Google Sheets with my schedule on it, you'll be able to see what I've got cooking for Tuesday. I've got some ideas. And Phoenix Wright and Pokemon are both at the top of the list there. But there's some other stuff along the way. So, look forward to that. I'm kind of looking forward to Pokemon DLC a little bit. I know I've been like putting it off for a while, but I was mostly just waiting for the second half to come out so we can just play through it all in one sitting. And now it's here, so we can do that. So, Minecraft will return next week. We'll play more of this next week. And then we've got Pokemon and Metroidvania goodness as well, all next week. So in the meantime, thank you all for watching. Hope everyone enjoyed, and I will see you next time.